Jack buys Atari. Imagine goes belly up. And Nintendo's Famicom gets zapped. These stories and many more on this episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Requiescat in pace.
Make some crazy man. What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a mess.
Get over here!
Please save me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and I'm joined again by everybody's favorite co-host, Alex.
Happy to be here, Carl.
Excellent. So, before we can turn on the time machine and head back 40 years to July of 1984, it's time for some obligatory podcast banter. So, what you been up to?
Well, Carl, over at They Create Worlds, we just did our annual massive 9-hour-ish live stream not that long ago. Talking about the history of Dungeons and Dragons, Satan's Game.
Oh, yeah. I got to check in for like 5 minutes on that, and then I had to hit the sack because it was way late on my side of the Atlantic.
Absolutely. Glad you could show up even just for a moment. Seriously.
Yeah. But it was fun. I mean, you guys, you were having a blast with it. I jumped in just as you were discussing the core mechanics of D&D and how it was set itself apart from war games. And we were having a chat while you guys were talking. Ethan and I were discussing applying the rule set or the principles of a D&D style game to a lawyer scenario. And unfortunately, as we were chatting, I forgot that there is a game that has already done that. Quite specifically. And it's called Devil's Attorney. It was an iOS game from, I believe, a Danish developer. I actually contacted them after the game and talked to them, exchanged a couple emails about it. It's absolutely brilliant. You play a scumbag criminal defense lawyer in the 1980s. Oh, and it totally digs into the 80s. There's even full-blown 80s pop music composed and performed for the game. And it uses all the principles. So there's, different types of attacks, different types of evidence. There's the whole idea of bonuses and levels and you upgrading your character. It's all in there. It is the complete package. If you haven't played Devil's Attorney before, go out and play it right now. It's still available on most of the stores. And if worst case scenario, just go onto YouTube, type in Devil's Attorney game, and you will get the trailer with the most awesome music ever. So
that sounds amazing. Only lawyer games I've ever played are the Phoenix Wright series, which play out exactly as real courtroom situations do, I know.
Yeah, I tried those, and I just couldn't.
Love them. I love them to death. They're so ridiculous.
Well, that's the thing. It was ridiculous without me getting enough of the references I guess it was trying to make. The game that I did enjoy and played all the way through was Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law.
I love that series. I knew there was a game. I've never played it. I love the series.
The same people who made the Phoenix Wright series made this game. It's the same principles, but it's Harvey Birdman, and it is. If you love the series, you have to play this game.
I adore my favorite case. I mean, all the cases are great, but my favorite case has to be Droopy with the plastic surgery that went long, and so he has this huge Botox grin, and he keeps going, Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm so sad. While he's got this huge Botox grin on his face. Because I watched all those Hanna-Barbera cartoons when I was a kid. So, like, I knew the characters. I knew the tropes. I knew what they were making fun of. I loved Harvey Birdman.
Oh, yeah. And I was a kid who actually saw Harvey Birdman cartoons. They reran them in Argentina when I was a kid. So when I heard Harvey Birdman, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. They're bringing they're bringing Birdman back? And, yeah, it's
I'll
so good.
take the case. Oh, the classic Adult Swim days, how I miss them.
Oh, yeah. There's just nothing like it anymore.
Well, and I was the perfect age, because, I mean, I was in college at the peak of Adult Swim, and that was, like, the core demographic for old school, C-Lab 2021 and Aqua Teen Hunger Force and Harvey Birdman, early Venture
Robot
Brothers.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Moral Oral is still, for me,
I remember
that is the high watermark. I mean... Oh, that show is so good. Oh my goodness, that show is so good. Okay, we're getting lost in old man thoughts here. The kids out there are just excited about finding out about hardcore video game history. And here we are going off on dirty cartoons from 25 years ago.
Yeah, when what they really want is 1970s and early 1980s video game news.
Hey, we're going to be talking serious stuff here, man. 5200, man. That's the hardcore.
I don't think we're very skibbity, Carl. I'm also positive I did not use that word correctly.
I am very positive until you just said that I had never heard that word, so it's all good.
Look up skibbity toilet, Carl, and then be afraid. Be very afraid.
Is this another one of those toys that makes kids play with poop or something?
Oh, it's not a toy. It's I'm not sure if it's YouTube or another service, but it is a low budget streaming. No, not streaming because it's not live, but a low budget internet show. I know it stars toilets with the faces of people, and apparently there is lots of lore. And I've probably, even with that barest of description, probably screwed it up 50 million ways and lost your entire younger audience, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm probably okay, but then again, I watched every episode of Assy McGee, so it's all good at this point.
And I watched Aqua Teen Hunger Force on the Adult Swim.
There you go. Okay.
And the Brack Show. Sorry, the Brack Show. I had to shout out the Brack Show.
Yeah. The Brack Show was awesome. That was so good.
Okay. Moving on.
So, now that we've got the obligatory podcast banter out of the way, before we can turn on the time machine and head back, we do have to get a few things out of the way. Remember, everybody, if you want to contact us, all the contact information is in the show notes, including our email address, videogamenewsroomtimemachine@gmail.com. Or you can follow us on all of your major social media sites, be it the Twitters, the Instagrams, the Mastodons. We're on there. Check it out. And we're also on YouTube, so follow us on there. And if you are listening to this on YouTube, as I know many of you are, just remember YouTube does not have enough characters allotted for all of our notes because we put links to all the sources of the information that we're talking about on the show, and it's very, very long. But there will be the first link in the link section will take you to the Patreon page where you can see all of those details and also listen to the episodes. And if you want to support the show, you can become a donor for just $1 a month, and that will also give you early access to our interview episodes. Right now, the ones that are up for early access are the first 2 parts of what will probably be my 5-part interview with Graham Bayless, a 40-year plus career in video games. Fascinating. The 3rd episode should be going up here pretty soon, and that's going to be covering his time at EA, at Tiburon, and actually being the head of 2 versions of Madden. So, it's fun stuff.
Esoteric little game series.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really cares, right? I mean, it's just Madden. And also, in this interview, we also talk about the development of the first QA department at SSI in the 90s. Which
I love that.
Also fascinating story, because it was just around the time when PCs got more and more complicated, and we talk about how much fun it was to try to make sure that a game would run on every possible configuration.
Obligatory, sarcastic comment. SSI had a QA department when they made Dark Sun, the Dark Sun game?
Well, let me put it this way. The QA department was created just as the Dark Sun engine was also being developed, and we get into that in great depth. It's a fun interview, people. Quite literally, I asked him that question. It was like, was the QA department involved with that? And he's burst out laughing. He was like, no, that would have been a good idea.
Delightful.
Yes. So, no, Graham is quite literally, among all the interviews I've done, it's over 60 at this point, he's in the top 5. And, I mean, and I'm including people like Leonard Trammell in that. I mean, he is top 5, because the insights he has as just a guy in the trenches, and he's been in the trenches for over 40 years, is phenomenal.
And let's be real, Carl. You are so good at drawing those recollections out as well. I always love your interviews.
Thank you. Oh, that's so nice of you to say. Okay.
I would not want to appear as a witness for the other side in a case where you were running the cross. That's
Thank you. It warms my heart, and it's all because I spent so many hours playing Devil's Attorney. Now, okay, moving on then, we do have a few points of order that we must get to before we can look at the headlines, though, and that first stop now is the 7 Minutes in Heaven. It is our monthly segment where our intrepid co-host must play a game that was reviewed in a publication dated July of 1984 that they've never played before for 7 minutes. And we had some real classics on the list today. We had Star Wars the arcade game for the ColecoVision. We had Evil Dead for the C64. We had Sewer Sam on the ColecoVision. Again, we had Gyros for the C64. Beyond Castle Wolfenstein for the Apple II. The Hulk, Forbidden Forest, Caesar the Cat, versus Tennis. Come on, the first U.S. debut of what would be the NES tech. One-on-One. BC's Quest for Tire's Crossbow. But you went with the all-time 2600 technical achievement, Pitfall 2. And there's a tagline on it, and I just can't remember.
Lost Caverns.
The Lost Caverns. Thank you very much. Are you ready to delve deeper?
Absolutely. I played the first one, but never played the second. So, for once I chose a classic game instead of a silly game. So this ought to be good.
Excellent. Well then, let's have at it.
It's you and Pitfall herring together again.
Rhonda! She must be dead!
In Pitfall 2 Lost Caverns.
Oh, electric heels! Where's Rhonda? Not bats. Amazon frogs! Oh, dead end. A balloon. Gold in the Raj diamond. Condors? Feet, don't fail me now. Which way do we go?
Pitfall 2 Lost Caverns. Explore David Crane's newest from Activision.
Welcome back, Alex, from your 7 Minutes in Heaven. So, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Pitfall 2 The Lost Caverns on the Atari 2600?
Well, it's definitely a run and jump kind of platform game, very early in that genre, of course, but with a just kind of bigger and better, you could say, journey than the original Pitfall had, with a lot bigger levels and a lot more treasures and more varied enemies and more varied animations, etc.
Okay, that's the more is always good in a sequel. And so we're still dealing with the 2600. Are there any kind of technical finesses that really stood out to you?
Yeah, there absolutely were. I mean, of course, as we do know, they did include some additional hardware in the cartridge of this one, which is part of what allowed them to do some of this. But we still have to give kudos to David Crane, who was always one of the top programmers on the system. Of course, the first game was considered phenomenal for its running man animation. And now we've got our running man doing other things as well, most notably swimming, where the animation of the swimming man is also pretty good. Pitfall Harry looks good on a 2600 no matter what mode of traversal he's using. And then, of course, there's also water, since we're swimming, and the way the water undulates, gives the sense of waves, is also very impressive and very well done. So, yeah, there's definitely stuff that stands out within the context, of course, of the Atari 2600.
Very cool. So, obviously, it's run around the jungle, find some treasure, don't fall down the pits that have ladders.
Yeah, I was getting some, and no disrespect to anybody, but I was getting a little bit of an E.T. vibe. I'm sure the detection is much better than E.T. I had so little time to play it, but just a little bit of an E.T. vibe, because you have these ladders that take you up and down the levels of the cavern, and there are open pits that the ladders lead into. And so if you just walk straight into one of these ladders, you don't automatically grab the ladder, you fall. And these ladders are not staggered, because that would be really hard to do with the way the 2600 does background graphics. So they're all in a line, which means that you're going to be falling a long way if you don't hit the ladder. Now, you can, if you get right up to the edge of the platform, grab the ladder by holding down on the joystick, and then you use the ladder instead, which gives you a lot more control. But I felt like I was having a little bit of trouble. And again, this was just in the context of playing it for a very small number of minutes here, very quickly. I was having some difficulty getting that exact. I was having some difficulty getting an exact location, like how close to the gap to get, to the hole to get before hitting down. It was very easy for me to overshoot, and then I was falling down pits. So, a little reminiscent of E.T. in that sense. So,
I saw it in the playthrough that patrons of the show can watch. And yes, and yeah, you seem to be getting a little frustrated with the little movements of your man there. It's almost like having a second button would have been helpful here.
Indeed.
Yeah. But, hey, auto-detect that you are now attached to a staircase will come just much, much later. Yes. So, looking back on it now, would you recommend Pitfall 2 to a modern audience?
Carl, honestly, I wouldn't. And that's throwing no shade on how revolutionary it was at the time, how well executed it was at the time. It's just, we've had Super Mario Brothers and 40 years of followers, imitators, etc., that have done so much to refine the platform game that this just doesn't compare. It's not entertaining to play it as a platform game if you've been weaned on all of these other platform games that came after. And even if you're interested in just the historical context of things, want to get a sense for what things were like back in the day, Pitfall is a much better game to do that with than Pitfall 2, just because it is smaller and more compact and you can kind of get that feel without some of the frustration that comes from the larger world. So while I certainly understand why people would be interested in playing it back in the day when this represented the state of the art, I honestly think we can do better today.
I can totally understand that, and it makes perfect sense. So, everybody, you heard it here first. Don't bother with Pitfall 2.
Or try it on one of the computer platforms instead that it came out on, I suppose, which I haven't done, so maybe that'll be a future 7 Minutes in Heaven. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried the C64 version way back in the day. It looks much, much prettier in some ways, and in other ways it kind of doesn't. It's not the best conversion. Then again, apparently the ZX Spectrum version is an absolute dog.
Well, yeah.
So, hey, there's a lot of them out there.
Indeed.
Okay, so before we can turn on the time machine, we have one more stop to make, and that's with our good friend Ethan for a little segment we call the Department of Correction.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back, Ethan. So, what did we get wrong in our June 1984 jump?
Well, it's 1984, Carl, so everything you think is wrong.
So 1984, you're really saying is just an analogy for marriage?
I mean, that's not allowed by the state, Carl. I think you should know this. Oh, and Alex, you're here too. Welcome.
Indeed.
You are here to witness the corrections that come upon all who stand before the might of the government and Big Brother here in June 1984.
Wow. Well, that seems like
a weighty responsibility. A weighty responsibility.
Yes. So, Carl, pull out your Newsweek dictionary, and we will begin. I will make sure to say it in the most proper language that you ever did saw.
The most seeing language. That's already a good start.
Yeah.
So hit me. What do we got?
You can see words. And remember what 2 plus 2 is. Anyways, so first of all, in the talking about the 60 or no, it was a 74 jump. You mentioned that was it the Smithsonian or some government institution was showing off some coin-op games. And Alex had commented, why didn't they show off one of those lunar landing games that they did? But in fact, Alex, Spaceflight is Bally's lunar landing game.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
Which they ripped off from a game by Cointronics.
I just must have missed Carl saying that one in the litany. So yeah, that's a fair cop.
Yes.
Now wait, are we talking a video game or it's one of those electromechanical lunar landings?
It was an EM game.
But we were talking about EM games. I was talking about why it weren't one of the lunar lander style EM games there. I was referring to EM games. I just completely missed that Spaceflight was one of them.
Yes.
But Spaceflight is not a video. That's just electromechanical.
Right, yes. But our topic of conversation was electromechanical games.
Okay. Gotcha.
It was some government institution was putting them in as a part of the flight museum, I think. So it was, they were just showing off some games there, and they did it. They had a lunar landing one from EM style games. Unfortunately, they didn't know about Moonlander. If they did, then that would have been a legendary get. Next, the Sega European operation. I think you said something about how many years ago it was founded, but Sega Europe officially opened in 1980, and it was not part of any wave. Like I believe you were saying something about they opened up a European office in order to get ahead of the regulation that was coming in Japan, but the 1980 opening was well ahead of anything like that.
Well, I don't know what they opened in 80. I mean, I really don't, but they definitely opened a Sega Europe in 1984, which is the Sega Europe that I was referring to.
Yeah, Coin Op, Sega Europe opened in 84 with Vic Leslie as the head.
Right. That's the Sega Europe I was referring to in terms of
this was 1980. I can provide the proofs if one needs. But yeah, that was the opening of Sega, at least the first Sega Europe as such.
I believe you, but when I was talking about getting ahead of the regulation in Japan, I was referring to the Vic Leslie operation. I'm not doubting you that there was a 1980 operation, just explaining that I was not linking something that happened in 1980 to getting ahead of the law in 85.
All right, and finally, nothing to do with video games, but you went off on a thing about the fantasy wave of the 80s in film and whatnot. And I would say that both the Lord of the Rings film by Ralph Bakshi that came out in the late 70s and the Return of the King adaptation, which was made for TV, kind of sit outside of that zeitgeist. I don't really think that they're part of it. And I think they kind of stand out as aberrations in that.
Now, what do you mean by they stand out as aberrations?
As in, they were not part of a larger movement in terms of fantasy coming to the screen.
Black Cauldron?
Well, Black Cauldron, Conan, Krull, Dragon Slayer, all these
Secret of Nim
movies. Yeah, that one's urban, but it's like urban style rather than swords and sorcery kind of thing, which is what the 80s fantasy wave was kind of about.
Yeah.
Okay. And now the question is, do we call Wizards like the precursor to the whole thing?
Wizards, I think, would count in there because didn't that come out in 80? It came out after Lord of the Rings, right?
No. It comes out before. It's Ralph Bakshi basically says it's like that was the proof of concept to be able to get the rights. So he does Wizards before he does Lord of the Rings.
Okay. And I will stand.
Fire and Ice comes out afterwards.
Okay, Fire and Ice is the one that I was thinking of. But I will stand and say that the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings is in fact a decent adaptation. It gets kind of weird, but there are some very good things about it.
I won't disagree, except of course for the fact that it doesn't actually end.
Yeah,
just sort of drops you at the end of it, unfortunately.
Entirely fair, but there's some good stuff like Galadriel in the Well, and so the Gandalf is very good. And yeah, anyways, let's not go too far off on this. I'm patting the Department of Corrections here, just because we have no other ones beyond this. But you have made it.
We did like a 3.5 hour episode, and you came up with 2 items. I think we're doing pretty good here.
Yeah, but we'll see how it looks in June 1994. But this is all it is for June 1984. Carl, make sure to take notes and keep illicit thoughts out of your mind. Don't ever use that. Don't use the M word again.
Okay, I won't use the M word again. Good point. Ethan, as always, thank you for your service.
Peace, bye.
Then it's time now to turn on the time machine and head back to July of 1974.
1974.
You'll talk to the computer.
After the eyes flash.
Welcome to July of 1974. Alex, what's our first story?
Well, Carl, it looks like Atari makes Pong cute.
Atari introduced 2 new tabletop Pong games at the American Medical Association convention in Chicago. Puppy Pong and Dr. Pong. The units are not coin-operated and are designed for waiting rooms.
I don't know why, because there's no connection here at all, but just seeing Dr. Pong makes me think of Dr. Tran. But that's not the insightful commentary people are looking for. Yeah, so, I mean, the real question going on here at this exact moment, there are two kind of questions going on. First, what do you do in video games after Pong? What comes after Pong? Nobody's figured that out yet. So instead, most companies, including Atari, even though they're trying some original content, are just continuing to play out the string on the Pong thing. And then the second question people are asking themselves is, these Pong games have really broken out from our traditional working class bar and inner city arcade and suburban bowling alley crowd. Like, maybe there are other locations that will take these things, even outside of, they've already expanded into high-end lounges and hospitality venues, hotels, whatever. And now they're like, can we go further? Can we get into doctors' offices?
Exactly. And I mean, I don't quite think we're at the point where it would be financially feasible to launch it as a consumer product. I mean, we're close, but we're not quite there yet for full-blown Pong. I mean, we already have, obviously, the Magnavox Odyssey on the market, but, there's no score being displayed or anything like that. So I think that the idea of having this device that's a little bit more expensive that a business is acquiring to put in their lobby makes more sense here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I mean, it's these are fully fledged items. The puppy Pong, it looks like it's a little dog house with a little puppy on top and stuff. It's interesting, if nothing else. Mm-hmm. And you're right. They don't know what to do after it yet. I mean, Grand Track 10 is still the major hit. Apparently, according to the trade magazines, it's selling like hotcakes.
Yes.
Much to the detriment of Atari because, like you've pointed out in previous episodes, they're losing money on every single one of those.
Yes.
And talking about this whole Pong variant thing, Midway has also started shipments of its TV basketball game, which is also a Pong variant, but the paddles are now shaped like little people. There's two white ones and two basically gray because it's every second line is drawn characters. Yep. And the ball has slightly different physics, and instead of trying to get it just past the paddles, you're trying to get into some hoops on the sides. A very, very primitive feeling thing, but you can tell, there's a little bit more going on.
Absolutely. Also notable as the first Japanese video game licensed for release in America, because this was a Taito game by Mr. Tomohiro Nishikado of Space Invaders fame.
Oh, really? I did not know that. That didn't show up in any of the trades. Okay.
Yeah, the trades didn't highlight that kind of thing back then. I mean, later on they will, but not in the early 70s.
Okay, so we have a major first here then. This is interesting. Okay, indeed. So there you go.
Yep, that Pong market, like I said, everyone is still like, me too on Pong. Let's get Pong in more locations, and that is why Bluesky hucksters descend on video games.
We've talked a lot about the Bluesky scammers, people selling the dream of easy money based on the latest fad, and the Pong boom is really bringing them out of their holes. One case in point is a pair of goons named Ted White and William Price, who previously hawked, quote, sure things, like coin-operated TVs, and are now selling Pong-style cocktail cabinets for $2,000 each, including locator and repairman services. The two even claim that the machines are rigged to keep playtime under 2 minutes through inhuman ball acceleration and or automatic hit detection deactivation so the ball passes through a paddle.
Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the Bluesky guys, the BizOp guys before, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's when a product is in the papers and everyone's like, this is the latest thing, then you get some people being like, hey, should I get in on the latest thing? And then you get the hucksters that are in, sure, let's do that together. And another wrinkle to this that I don't know if we brought up before or not, but that Keith Smith points out in his book, though I think he took it from a Replay article or something, is that, of course, this was the era of hyperinflation. And this was not the time to have money sitting in bank accounts, just getting eaten up. And so there was a lot of desire to invest in tangible things. And so apparently a lot of doctors and lawyers and other professionals that had some money on their hands were one of the prime targets for this and would get involved in this because they would see it as a long-term investment.
Yeah, and long-term it will not be.
No, back then doctors and lawyers and such didn't necessarily know much about Moore's Law.
Yeah. And speaking to this issue of inflation, one of the stories in the coin-op trades this month is the fact that prices for singles, are going to go up. Now, they didn't say what the prices were to begin with, but they were talking about the prices going up to between 75 and 80 cents each, which they're talking about it as almost cataclysmic. So I'm guessing they may have been talking about 50 cents a pop before that.
And I assume, I don't know this, but I assume that in addition to inflation, that's getting hit hard by the oil crisis because records are petroleum is needed in the production of vinyl records, I do believe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so all of this is coming at the same time. I mean, it's very, very tough. And so it's in bad economic times, it's easy to make people believe in the get-rich-quick scheme.
Absolutely. It's not all coin-op, though. We got some other computer news here, too, including barcode scanning comes to supermarkets.
Sperry Univac has announced successful testing of a laser-based scanning system at a supermarket chain. The system ran successfully for more than 5,000 hours over a 15-month period. By October, IBM will also be testing its version of the system. The Universal Product Code System, UPC, which is beginning to be accepted by more and more grocery manufacturers, could lead to a serious drop in checkout times and the need for store staff to label each product manually.
Yeah, and of course, even though it's not mentioned here, I mean, the other thing is that this is what allows the truly modern supermarket, as we think of it today, to exist. The UPC plus the scanning, because I mean, before the UPC, a grocery store was basically limited in its inventory to what the grocer could remember in terms of product. Because if you had to look everything up all the time, it would get inefficient. But of course, the UPC changed that, and now that you have scanning to speed up the process even more, yeah, this is going to completely, virtually overnight, transform the grocery.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I believe it's a New York Times article on this that is linked below, mentions how this could be the biggest change to supermarkets since the move to the self-serve supermarket 20 years earlier.
Yeah.
Because up until that point, you had to literally ask the clerk, and all the items were behind counters.
Yep.
So this idea of, just walking up and grabbing a can of soup was relatively new still. I mean, it's still not that old. And so now this idea that they're just not even going to have to label it. I mean, what you see in old movies, somebody standing there putting little stickers on everything.
Yeah.
Is going to disappear as soon as these UPC codes become ubiquitous.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a weird little additional side note to this, because this scanner technology seems to be going everywhere, and it's going to work more in some places than others. But Popular Electronics magazine also reports in the same issue that this Sperry Univac story was in, that JFK Airport has implemented a voice recognition system for directing luggage, and it sounds awful. So as far as I can tell, it's just a little write-up, but somebody has to sit there with a microphone, read where the luggage is going, and then the system is supposed to recognize that and then move the luggage into the right path. Sounds horribly inefficient and prone to mistake, if you ask me.
I have questions. That is for sure.
As anybody who has flown in the last 40 years knows, there is a visual scanning barcode style system for luggage, which makes a lot more sense. But apparently this was something that they were trying at JFK back in 74.
Indeed. Definitely not the wave of the future, but our next story is about something that certainly is, as Xerox PARC gets out the paintbrush.
The People's Computer Company newsletter this month is dedicated to using computers for art, and the most fascinating bit is a great article by Bob Flegel, I think I'm pronouncing that right, or Flegel, of Xerox PARC, showing how the paint programs they have developed, which include both line drawing tools and paint application tools, all controlled via tablet work. And this article, archive.org was down when I was putting this whole thing together. I'll try to get a proper link so you guys can check on it. The images in this are brilliant. It's quite literally, he shows just black background with white lines, the outline, very stylistic outline of a lady standing there. And then you see all these shades in little boxes in the corner, and he clicks on the shade that he wants, and then he just starts painting, and he can change the depth of the color. He can change the hues of individual colors after he's applied them. It's basically everything you'd expect from a modern advanced paint program. I mean, we're talking something more advanced than Microsoft Paint, and he's got it on this Xerox PARC machine in 1974. And
very nice.
For me, it was just one of those things where I was looking at it going, okay, where are the seams? Where's the jaggies? Where is the flaw in this? And no, I mean, that they had this in 74. We always talk about Xerox PARC being light years ahead of everybody else. This, for me, really just kind of blew my mind. As a graphics guy. So.
Absolutely.
But, okay, enough of those wonderful science fiction things. We've got some real stories about stuff you can actually get your hands on in 1984 to talk about. So let's turn on the time machine and head forward 10 years to July of 1984.
Worldwide electronic violence. 1984. Custody collapse.
An awful lot of product that was inferior.
Welcome to July of 1984. And I think we need a little explanation here, Alex, first, for our dear, dear listeners. Everybody remember, the premise of the show is that we're looking at the headlines from newspapers and magazines, and we're looking at those based on the publication dates. That, of course, always means that the news tends to be a little bit older, or we're getting the news always a month or so after the events actually happened. This month, though, well, if you've listened to last month's episode, you know there was one last story that was breaking in the final day of June concerning a certain Monsieur Tramel and his potential acquisition of a little company called Atari. And, well, that news story is going to be breaking in the newspapers in July of 84. But at the same time, the magazines and newsletters covering the video game industry are still getting caught up on their news stories about CES, the Consumer Electronics Show, which happened at the beginning of June. So it would be kind of unfair for our narrative purposes here to jump straight to our main story, because let's face it, that's the main story this month. It's Jack.
Yes.
But this is why we're going to start first with the slightly tardy CES stories, just so we can find out, what is the world thinking going into the Atari acquisition. Spoiler alert. And then we're going to go into the newspaper stories, the day by day throughout the entire month, because there's going to be a lot of stories coming out as people are beginning to figure out what this deal looks like. And then we're going to go back to our regular, primarily magazine-based narrative where stuff is a little bit all over the place, but the CES stories, especially since so many of them concern Atari, it will give us a better historical perspective as to what the scenario is inside Atari going into the acquisition, if that makes any sense.
I believe it does, Carl, and with that in mind, it feels like we should start with some CES takeaways.
The newsletter Computer Entertainer and Video Game Update has a post-CES wrap-up that I think does a good job of summing up the state of the industry. Many retailers burned by unsold video games have decided that the games area of the industry is dead. All caps. That was their choice. While the specialty retailers were eager to buy. According to Computer Entertainer, quote, the business to a large degree is returning to the expert in his field, end quote. They also talk about the massive shift to educational software, which they don't think is sustainable and will force a major shakeout. The Apple IIc was apparently everywhere at the show, with many software houses making software specifically for the machine or adapting older programs to the new portable Apple computer, while the PC Junior, Coleco Atom, and Macintosh got little to no love, as developers take a wait-and-see attitude with the machines. The massive success of the board game Trivial Pursuit has also led to a flurry of trivia games being shown at CES, with Professional Software's Trivia Mania being the one that hones closest to the board game, with topic-specific add-on packs already in the works. One final positive trend was developers listening to potential buyers' suggestions about games shown and even admitting that some of the software shown may not make it to market, clearly a reaction to the realization that consumers won't just buy anything they put out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good summing up. I mean, there's not really much to add there. Clearly, the hope here is that the home computer is going to come in and save what little there is left of all of this. It's largely different players from the video game market, though not entirely. But that's kind of the hope. And also, we've had the realization by this point that despite the fact that we marketed the home computer as something everybody uses, that and everything was gendered back then, so that's the only reason I say this, so that mom could store the recipes and balance the checkbook, and dad could check in on his investments. It's become very clear that nobody's using these things except the kids, and therefore the rush into education as the kind of untapped market, where it's like, okay, kids are playing games on these things. How can we get them to start learning on these things too? So, I mean, these are all the kind of undercurrents that are swirling here. And I think, sometimes when you're in the heart of the storm, it's hard to tell what's going on. But I think Computer Entertainer has it pretty well pegged.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I start with this summary of it. I mean, there's a lot more stories about CES to come, but this gives a really good idea, because the fact that the mass merchants are leaving the field and aren't really going to be that important moving forward is definitely going to change the face of the video game industry, because now you're not just selling to the guy at Macy's who doesn't really understand games. If you have to sell to a company,
whoa, man, the The guy at Macy's was Jimmy Skoroposky, co-founder of Acclaim Entertainment. Careful now, Carl.
Oh, okay. Wait. We're talking Acclaim.
He was at Activision before that, just like Fishback.
Okay, good point.
No, I say that to kid, but
I know.
But your larger point.
I just happened to choose Macy's. It was
your larger point very much still stands.
Yeah.
I just had to go there.
Yeah, there you go.
And actually, I think Skoroposky was already at Activision by this point, but he was the Macy's buyer until '83 when he joined Activision.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay, so let's get into some of the juicier details coming out of CES.
Absolutely. Well, to start with, of course, Atari is all over the show, so we'll have a few announcements there that I'm sure all will be followed up on by the company in due time. In fact, they're being very careful with their announcements. One could even say that Atari gets tight with announcements.
James Morgan, Atari's CEO, established a new rule for new product announcements at CES. No product would be announced that would not definitely ship within 120 days. These announcements included the MindLink, the Atari 7800, the 7800 keyboard, the new educational software lines that we talked about last month, and more.
So I'm sure there's a couple of things going on here. Obviously, just with the general lack of confidence in the industry, focusing on the concrete, focusing on products that they can actually show to buyers who are very hesitant at this point to buy much of anything is going to be very important. So that's, I think, a large part of it. But also, they had laid out some very ambitious plans in the previous year for what their home computer line was going to look like. And most of those very ambitious plans have turned into so much vaporware. So in addition to just the needs of the market, I think there's probably a little bit of a need to restore some of Atari's credibility on product as well.
Oh, definitely. And the articles all talk about this, how the retailers feel burnt by stuff, and either stuff gets announced, not enough product is there, see the Atom when it first launched and so forth. So this idea of, we've got some quality control, this thing is a more mature, predictable market, is the air Morgan is trying to sell.
Absolutely. And I'm sure all of those products are going to appear within the next 120 days, aren't they, Carl? Every last one of them.
Oh, every last one. Atari has got its stuff back together. It's moving forward in a positive direction. Warner Brothers is fully behind them.
Indeed. Because that's not all they are showing. They are also getting into the add-on market for the VCS as Atari announces Super Chip Games.
A new ROM expansion chip, codenamed Sarah, will help bring expanded game experiences to the 2600, 5200, and Atari computer games, according to Atari. The first games to use the tech will be movie tie-ins for The Last Starfighter and arcade ports of Track and Field, Pac-Man Jr., Crystal Castles, and Millipede.
I really do find it fascinating that Atari and other companies like StarPath kind of finally hit on this approach at the end here. And I think it took all the way to the end because that's when it got to the point where you could actually incorporate these chips or sell these peripherals at a reasonable price. But, of course, this is exactly what Nintendo is going to end up doing to extend the life of the NES. If you only had the chips that were available in 1985 or even 1983 when the family computer first launched in 1990, no one would be buying those games anymore.
Oh, no.
There was a lot of custom hardware that went into those later family computer and NES carts. And people have figured that out with the 2600. It's like they tried to move on from the 2600 and it didn't work. The 5200, for a variety of reasons, was just a problem. And so there's still this need to try to harness that super large install base of the 2600 because the console transition did not go well. And obviously Atari's a bit late to the party because there have already been companies like Starpath doing their own stuff. Pitfall 2, The Lost Caverns, our 7 Minutes in Heaven game today had custom chips in there created by David Crane. So Atari's late to the party, but this is the logical move in the market. It's just too little too late at this point.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if they had been able to get something like this up and running a year or two earlier, these games would have been able to at least not make the 2600 look so damn old. I mean, granted, there's only so much polish you can put on this turret at this point. And against competition like the ColecoVision, it's always going to look old. But, yeah, I mean, this would have been interesting. Now, the Last Starfighter game is a fascinating story. And we will be talking more about The Last Starfighter because that movie also opens in July of 1984. And that's a whole story in and of itself. But they had some big plans for this. There's going to be a couple of different versions of the game. And what ends up happening is all the plans get scuttled. The Last Starfighter games, the 2 games do get created and get released, but under different names. And later on, the license will be picked up years and years later. I think it's 88 or 89, and it's going to be used for the US port to the NES of the European C64 game Uridium. Gets repackaged as a Last Starfighter game for some weird reason. But, yeah. And there's also a prototype of an arcade game using solid 3D graphics that also never gets very far.
Indeed. But that's not all that's going on with Atari, because despite James Morgan famously shifting the emphasis back to the home console market, there is still a home computer segment as well, and Atari announces new console and computer games.
Atari's home computer software division still has a strong but much smaller slate of titles in the works. Among them are tie-ins for Gremlins and the A-Team, with the A-Team only being prepped for the 2600, while Gremlins will appear on the 2600, 5200, Atari 8-bit, C64, Apple IIe, and IBM PC, as well as arcade ports of Track and Field, Crystal Castle, Centipede, Donkey Kong, Moon Patrol, and Elevator Action, all on at least the C64, Apple IIe, and IBM PC. The VIC-20 only gets one game announced for it, Crystal Castles, which won't get released. The TI-99 versions are nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing I think about this software lineup is it's a microcosm of some of the issues that developed to help sink the industry. Obviously, the overall problem, as we talk about in our very special episode on all of this, is the oversaturation of the market. But there really is a problem in the fact that the market had grown to rely so heavily on licensed games because you could market something that somebody knew much easier than something somebody didn't know. And those licenses had all been coin-op games, almost exclusively. And,
definitely.
And that market dried up. And so they still needed licenses, but they didn't have coin-op hits to lean on. And so they started being like, well, if we can't license coin-op games, we'll just license entertainment properties that people know. And so what we have here is we have kind of the last dying gasp of the final kind of coin-op hits that have already been milked as much as they can be on consoles, being like, well, let's try to break into the home computer market using these last few. And then you just have this, and here's Gremlins and the A-Team, because there's no more good arcade games, but we still need to release something you've heard of. We can't just release generic action game. In this time period, there's no faith in a home video game property as a property that can stand on its own without some kind of tie-in.
And the weird thing is we're going to see exactly the same thing happen in the home computer market in Europe when the 8-bits begin to die. Those last couple years, it's all just a handful of coin-op conversions that, of course, as coin-op gets more and more advanced, get more and more difficult to reproduce on an 8-bit. Final Fight on the C64, enough said. And a lot of tie-ins to TV shows and movies, and just keep popping those out until finally the systems die. And it kind of is the cycle of death in every system. I mean, the last couple years of the PlayStation 2.
Oh, yeah.
Very similar problem with the lineup. So
the last 6 years of the Wii.
Wait, that was only on the market for. Okay, yeah.
I couldn't resist.
Yeah,
love my Wii, but couldn't resist.
Yeah, it was the king of shovelware. Yeah. So now, granted, I did have quite a bit of fun with Gremlins, Atari's version of Gremlins on the C64. Not quite as good as the European text adventure, but still, it was a fun game.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, it was basically just a poor man's Robotron, but it was fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, even a poor man's Robotron, I mean, considering how amazing Robotron is, you can get a lot of mileage out of even a poor man's Robotron. So that's fair.
True.
Not sure what it has to do with the Gremlins movie, but, that's fair.
It was basically you're in different rectangular locations running around with a sword, or maybe it was a baseball bat. It was hard to tell. And you basically are trying to hit all the gremlins before they can hit you and pick up. There's always one gizmo running around that you have to pick up. And then you also have to hit the eggs before they hatch and stuff. I mean, and then pick up some items and just clear the screen and get out before your health bar gets destroyed. So.
Yes, but of course, Atari is not announcing all of the news that's fit to print at the CES, because there's one story that they have kind of been avoiding, but that the magazines have sort of figured out on their own, which is that we need one of our patented moments of silence for the 5200 RIP.
Atari has quietly canceled the 5200. The Super System is already heavily discounted at many retailers. The Computer Entertainer newsletter posits that it may be worth considering if you can get it cheap enough, given the promised 7800 adapter that should be coming out soon.
Yeah, so soon, everything soon. But yeah, I mean, this was just a complete failure to launch. And obviously today people focus on things like how awful the controllers were, and how it did not offer backwards compatibility. And those are very valid complaints that I'm sure were complaints at the time as well. But if you get right down to it, they thought they needed something to combat a very small portion of the market that was interested in the advanced graphics of the Intellivision, advanced compared to the 2600, and were just blindsided by the ColecoVision. They didn't realize they had that kind of competition with next-generation graphics and arcade hits. So while they were offering up just the same old games that they already had the licenses to, just on the 5200 with slightly souped-up graphics, Coleco's coming along and offering games that you can get them other places because they also sell them on the other systems, but that you can't get anywhere else that have never been seen before. Coleco just released them in the fall of 1982, and they were just never able to get the momentum back on that. They're just, it's kind of funny because today, when a new system releases, like half the games that release for it are either remasters of previous generation games or games that get a simultaneous release in on both the old platform and the new platform. And people kind of mostly tolerate that today, ? But at least those games are a little more complex. That's just, there isn't enough additional oomph from a 2600 to 5200 to get people to buy the same old again. just to have those games. And if they're going to buy the new hotness, they're going to go for the completely new and exciting ColecoVision rather than the Atari upgrade. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that initial software library was basically games like Pac-Man and stuff. They didn't even offer you Miss Pac-Man. I mean,
right, exactly.
How sad and pathetic is that?
Agreed.
And I know, like you can try to downplay how terrible the controller was. The controller is absolute dreck.
Oh yeah, no, it's bad.
I mean, and the problem is that had they launched it with a great flight sim, okay, if Rescue on Fractalus had been the pack-in title for the 5200 and had truly used the analog stick that was the controller for the 5200, that maybe would have had some resonance. I mean, that would have been like, holy crap, you can't do that on a ColecoVision.
Yeah, that's very true.
But playing Pac-Man with a joystick that doesn't self-center, are you out of your mind?
No, it's insane. And you know, the backward compatibility issue, too, was pure arrogance because Rob Zibidal is given interviews. He was on the software side of this, and he said, and you know, maybe he's wrong that there's a reason they couldn't, but from his perspective, he's like, we could have put in backward compatibility. It would have been relatively easy and it wouldn't have really added to the price. But we all arrogantly thought that everybody was going to want to move on to the new thing, that nobody was going to want to use it to look back. They were engineers. They weren't thinking the way marketers would about, you know, leveraging that back out. Well, there'd never been a real console transition before. I mean,
yeah,
moving from dedicated Pong systems to cartridge-based systems, that's practically moving to a new medium. I mean, that's not really a transition. There had never been a transition between cycles before, and nobody really knew how to do it. And, you know, the other thing I'll just say is, you know, there's been a lot of talk about how the 5200 was a repackaged Atari 8-bit computer. It was old technology at this point, you know, from back in 79. I mean, it was super advanced in 79, but, you know, from back in 79. And this was clearly because they just wanted to keep milking the old technology and didn't want to, you know, inhibit sales of the 2600, all of that stuff. But, you know, I don't think so. And unfortunately, never gotten really any insider information on the creation of the 5200, but because I'd love that. But all of those engineers seem to have vanished. Zibidal's the closest we have, but he was on the software side. He wasn't actually creating it. But my theory is they lost all their best chip people, and they couldn't do it because they weren't. There was a system before the 5200 that they were trying to get out, the Super Stella or the 3600 or whatever it was called at various times. And again, according to Zibidal, the reason that never came out is they couldn't overcome bugs in the chips they were trying to use on it. And, you know, after the 8-bit hardware was completed, Miner left, Jay Miner, Joe DeCure left. They still had chip people at the company, obviously, but I'm guessing that there was just a complete failure of hardware engineering capability, which made them finally say, okay, if we're ever going to get anything out, we're just going to have to repurpose this existing technology we have because we are unable to build new technology. And I mean, even the 7800 leans into that narrative because did Atari create the 7800? No. General Computer Corporation created that hardware. So I think that there was a major crisis in Atari's hardware engineering operation at this time, but I don't have the insider sources I need to confirm.
And as we will see very, very shortly, whatever resources were there won't be there for very much longer.
Yeah, a whole other issue. But, you know, I think this goes back all the way to, like, Miner and DeCure's departure. Like, before they were having layoffs and all of that stuff.
The moment those guys leave, that's the brain trust of Atari. And so many more are going to follow them out the door. And there's just going to be so much competition for these very high-end, super sophisticated engineers because the computer industry needs them, You've got the other video game companies potentially needing them. You've got the arcade industry needs to come up with new stuff. So many of them are going to disappear into different areas. And
Absolutely.
and there's, all new types of graphic workstations. CGI graphics are taking off. A lot of these people are just going to disappear into the ether.
Absolutely. And speaking of things quickly disappearing into the ether, Coleco sweetens Atom deal.
With no third-party game developers on board and only Microlearn prepping a few educational titles, it's up to Coleco themselves to give buyers of the system a reason to buy the system. A variety of new software titles were announced, such as Tarzan, War Games, Cabbage Patch Kids, and Dr. Seuss's Fix Up and Mix Up Puzzler. Coleco will also give those that buy the Atom before September 16th, 1984, the Atom Home Software Library, a package of 32 application, educational, and entertainment programs.
Oh boy. How exciting. Yeah.
Well, it's exciting to find out that there are 32 application, educational, and entertainment programs for the Atom. Because this was news to me at this point.
That is a very valid point. Yeah, there's not really. To pile on anymore would just be cruel at this point. Coleco's desperate. Nobody's bought it. They don't really have anything to entice people to buy it, but they have to try to get people to buy it. And so that's what they're doing, because they've kind of bet the company on this thing, and it's a disaster.
Yeah, there's so much more Atom news to come in this episode, but Scholastic has also canceled their plans to publish an Atom-centric magazine after Coleco couldn't provide them enough Atom owner names to make it worthwhile. And Smart Publications has postponed the launch of their Atom magazine from August to December. And yeah, this tacks on to a story we talked about, I think, 2 months ago, where there had been an announcement of an Atom magazine, even with a mock-up of what the cover would have looked like. And that's the one from Smart Publications. And now that basically has just been postponed to December, and it will never show up.
Yeah, that figures. So that brings an end to our CES coverage. Now, as we move on to businessman news, we are going to do things a little bit differently here. So the main business story of the month, the main story of the month, the main story of the year is definitely Jack buys Atari. But this is such a huge story, and one that plays out kind of as a slow-mo car crash. Just because everything was kept secret and then everything's happening all at once, that rather than doing this as one story, which would set a new record for wall of text on a podcast that is pretty good at walls of text, we are going to take this story, Jack buys Atari, day by day. So periodically here, I am just going to interrupt Carl by shouting out a new date. But this is all Jack buys Atari. So we begin with July 2nd.
Warner Communications Incorporated announced on July 2nd that it had sold the home computer and home gaming assets of its Atari subsidiary to a new company founded by Commodore co-founder Jack Tramiel. Warner will receive $240 million in promissory notes from the Tramiel Company, as well as the right to purchase stock in the new firm, while Tramiel's company will have the right to purchase up to 1 million shares of WCI, aka Warner Communications. Tramiel's new company has $75 million worth of financing. Warner will report a loss for the second quarter of $425 million due to write-downs on Atari and operating losses from the subsidiary. WCI will still own the Atari coin-op and telecommunications divisions. Negotiations for the sale were concluded at 4 a.m. on Monday, the 2nd of July.
Yeah, so this is a purchase for debt. Jack Tramiel is giving up no money to purchase Atari. It is entirely debt. And basically everyone is giving everybody else stakes in everybody's companies because they're hoping that everyone will get to make some money in the long term if everyone is successful. If Jack can turn around Atari, Warner stands to make some money. If the Warner stock price can recover because they've gotten rid of this giant albatross around their necks, Jack stands to make some money and can hopefully use some of that money to pay off the ridiculous amount of debt he's taking on to take these Atari assets. So it's all very speculative, this purchase here.
Well, and he's taking on this $240 million in promissory notes. And now, and this is where it really breaks down day by day, because on July 2nd, we've got a bunch of press releases. And the press releases are not yet reflective of what's in the newspapers. And the reason I did not mention Jack's company, Tremel Technologies Incorporated, is because it's not named in any of these press releases.
Right.
They just talk about, a new company. That name isn't even going to pop up for a couple of days. This is how weird and secretive the whole thing is at this point. We don't know which shell of a company this is happening through. And what we're also finding out here, or it's going to be broken down in a couple of days, but I don't think I included it all, is the breakdown of these $240 million. About half of that, roughly, is in actual debt. The other half, it's not exactly half, but roughly, is convertible debt.
Yes.
So that is debt that if he doesn't pay it back, it basically just becomes stock option or stock for WCI. So it on paper it may look like a debt that Warner can keep on their books as an account that's open, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be okay, we're just going to hand them more paper. And hopefully it's all good.
Yes.
So it makes it look good to the outside observer, but in reality, Jack is never planning on paying that money back.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I don't feel like he is. I mean, he probably is thinking, if the company's worth more, then I don't want them converting the debt. If the stock really goes up, but other than that, yeah. Now, there is a quote here from Warner Chairman and Chief Executive Stephen J. Ross, and he says, quote, "We have concluded that we must constructively channel our energies and resources to the balance of WCI's businesses." Which is absolutely beautiful. I mean, this is Fed speak level stuff.
Yeah.
It's constructively channel, aka put our energies into the places where it's not going to be wasted.
Yes.
To the balance of WCI's businesses, aka the ones we haven't unloaded.
Indeed.
And they've been unloading lately, okay? They've already unloaded Barnum and Bailey. They've unloaded Circus.
No, that's Mattel.
Oh, Mattel. Well, they had Circus World, right?
No. Circus World is...
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So many companies going through troubles that we're going to be talking about this month. I forgot. But they've been unloading companies. We're still going to talk about at least one more that they unload this month. They've been shedding.
Yeah, because... Yeah, they need to, because Rupert Murdoch is coming for the company, and they need that stock price to stop cratering.
Well,
so it's not a takeover
Rupert
target.
Murdoch thing has already been taken care of.
Okay.
That was taken care of last month, which explains why, as long as the Rupert Murdoch takeover was there, they had to basically put an outward face of, we're a solid company. We will turn this around.
Gotcha.
We're not turning tail. The moment Murdoch got paid off last month,
that makes sense. Now they can start to
just let it rip. They let James Morgan run off to CES, and this is another bit that we're getting that we reported on already a little bit last month, but it gets repeated this month. That these negotiations with Tremel have been going on for at least a month. that there was an attempt at an offer, it broke down, and now they came back and they did work it out. Which just tells me they got Murdoch off their back. Their intention was always to sell this thing as quickly as they could, but until Murdoch was off their back, they couldn't. They had to project strength.
That makes a lot of sense. July 3rd.
By midday on July 2nd, Jack Tramiel, his son Sam, and more than 20 of his aides were reportedly already installed in the president's suite at Atari's Sunnyvale, California headquarters. Warner said that James Morgan would be, quote, taking a leave of several months, and we haven't yet had an opportunity to sit down with Jim about his future, end quote. The new company will go under the name Atari Corporation. Jack's reputation for running a lean and mean ship means that more layoffs are in store for Atari after James Morgan cut the staff dramatically, as we have reported on over the last few months, from 7,000 a year before to just 1,100. Quote, we will keep the number of employees at a number that's going to ensure we get the job done and get it done well, end quote, said Bruce Enton, Atari's Vice President of Corporate Communications. Quote, everybody is intrigued by a turnaround at Atari. Everybody is hopeful and fairly confident, end quote. James Morgan was apparently not informed of the negotiations prior to them going public.
Indeed. Just one thing to comment on here. I know that the layoffs will be a subject of future news items here going forward too, but just at the top to set the tone here. One thing that the newspapers are going to get wrong throughout this, which is totally understandable that they got wrong, is that Jack Tramiel laid people off, which is not actually what happens, because this was an asset purchase. They did not purchase any divisions of Atari because, of course, Atari didn't have a consumer electronics and home computer division anymore. They had reorganized things along functional lines. They had Atari Products Company, Atari Manufacturing Company, Atari Marketing Company, so everything was intermingled. They purchased assets of Atari from Warner. And assets does not include people. So no people came to Atari Corporation as part of this deal. What happened then is Warner said, interview all our people, hire anyone you want to come over and work for you, and then we'll take care of all the rest, which means laying them off. So Warner actually did the layoffs. The severance came from Warner. What Jack did is decide which employees that he would hire into his company.
Definitely. And that is a legal distinction, but at the same time, let's face it, these people are getting shit canned, and it's Jack delivering the blow, because James Morgan ain't in the building.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. But, at least by being laid off by Warner, they got severance, which I'm sure Jack Tramiel could not have afforded to pay them all severance.
Oh, no.
The employees do get something out of this, even if it is a small consolation.
Exactly. But, and we see here now, now in the original press releases, we didn't know what the new company was going to be called. But the fact that, they concluded the negotiations at 4 a.m. by noon, they're already in the building. There's no waiting around for anything. They are just moving as quickly as they can.
Absolutely. And we are going to keep moving quickly day by day as well as we follow Jack's path of destruction here, July 4th.
WCI has the right to purchase up to 32% of Atari Corporation. Jack has stated that he intends to compete in the high end of the home computer market, where Apple Computer is currently the leader. While initial products released by the new company will be existing lines of machines, Tramiel is expected to launch products that compete directly with Apple's IIc and Macintosh over the next few months. Commodore doesn't seem fazed, though, as one Commodore official told the Financial Times, quote, "One thing that Jack will bring to the marketplace is a level of excitement that has been missing since the withdrawal of several major competitors." Quote, but, quote, "he has no advantage over Commodore," end quote, as Commodore makes most of its own components and parts, giving them a cost advantage.
Something that, of course, Jack himself set up after getting burned in the calculator wars.
Exactly. And this is also playing to some of the rumors that were going on during the first few days of this. People speculating that if Jack got back into the business, that it was going to be him trying to take down Commodore.
Yeah.
And this is already now here a couple days in. It's basically being quashed. I use this quote as just an example of many where people are like, no, we don't think Jack cares about Commodore. We think Jack is going for the Mac. The Mac is the thing that he wants to take down.
And, you know, it really makes sense based on his track record. I mean, outsiders don't necessarily know every project Commodore did because there were some canceled ones, but their entire computer history has largely been look at what the other guy's doing and then do the same thing for cheaper. And you can't really do that on the Commodore computers. I mean, you know, the Amiga's not a thing yet. You can't really do that with the Commodore computers because those are already the computers that Jack put out to do what the other company's doing and cheaper. So there's no way he can be going for that end of the market. It's only logical that he has to be going for what is the new high end of the market and trying to undercut them with a new machine.
And we will see another company try to out Commodore in a very, very poor attempt today. And in another story a little bit later. And also, very, very importantly, Jack hasn't been gone from Commodore that long.
No.
Sam hasn't been gone from Commodore for that long. The executives who have left Commodore over the last few months, because remember, Jack has only been gone since January.
Yep.
So it's only been 6 months. A lot of the executives who have left in the last few months, they know exactly what the status of things is at Commodore.
Mm-hmm.
And it is panic because they have no more product. We had that quote months and months ago from the gent who developed the 6502 again.
Pedal.
Pedal, where he said, you know, Jack's going to have a really good year. And after that, there's nothing else in the pipeline.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the situation Commodore finds itself in. There is nothing.
They drove away all the chip designers and most of the best engineers were driven away.
Exactly. All the work to try to make the 6502 into a 16-bit chip has failed.
Yeah.
The fact that they've worked out deals with Intel for 8086 chips is a sign that we can't control the production anymore. Commodore needs something. I think Jack at this point knows Commodore is no longer his competition.
Yeah.
And so,
I agree.
And so that's where this is coming in, and he sees the Macintosh as the thing that he can take on.
That and the Japanese. In his own words.
It's always
he wants to keep the Japanese out. But the best way to do that in his mind is to take on Apple, for sure.
Yeah.
July 6th.
Jack didn't wait long, as about 900 of Atari's remaining 1,100 employees are being laid off. Some sources are reporting that on the first day alone, virtually all research and development departments were slashed, and only some financial managers and clerical staff were left. 300 employees at Atari's El Paso, Texas manufacturing plant were laid off, and the facility is being closed.
Yeah, because a couple of things, that you can pull out of this here. First of all, of course, Jack Trammell was doing overseas manufacturing before overseas manufacturing was cool. So he has no interest in keeping a domestic factory operation going. He's already got all the contacts. Sam ran Commodore Far East for years. They know how to get Far East manufacturing going. They're not going to manufacture in El Paso. The second thing is that he's already got a lot of the technical staff that he needs for what he wants to do via Commodore defections. He doesn't have them all, but he has a lot of them. And so we know from testimonials, particularly of Landon Dyer, of people who went through this process, he did keep a small number of Atari technical staff that had skills applicable to designing home computers and home computer peripherals and doing home computer software. But basically, that's what he was looking for. It's like, can you work on my home computer project? Yes, no. And if yes, they were offered a job. And if no, see ya. You're Warner's problem. Warner can go lay you off.
And we're going to get, there's going to be an interesting little tidbit in an article a little bit later in the month, a little bit later in the month, actually going into that in even more detail. I mean, it's not just, can you work on my home computer project? There's a very specific skill set that he's looking for.
Yeah.
And we're not talking Liam Neeson here. So now there is a great quote in today's news article, and that's from David Lawrence, a Montgomery Securities analyst, and he said, quote, "Jack knows he needs cash flow while he develops the next machine, which will have great graphics at a low price. As I said before, all he bought was the Atari name and the accounting department."
Yeah.
End quote.
That's a great quote. I might have added inventory to that, which would not have lost any of the pithiness. But that's about right. That's really about right.
Yeah, it's about that inventory, and we'll find out at least what the plans are for that inventory going forward.
Absolutely. July 10th.
Commodore International files suit against 4 former engineers who are now working for Jack Trammell's Atari. Former engineering director Shiraz Shivji and Arthur Morgan, John Herrig, I think it's Herrig, I'm not sure, and Douglas Wren are accused of taking proprietary secrets from Commodore. The judge in the case granted on July 13th an injunction barring the 4 from divulging Commodore secrets to their new employer. The suit centers around plans by Commodore to introduce a business machine built around the Z8000 CPU. Several of Commodore's employees have left for the new Atari Incorporated, including David Harris, a former Commodore VP and now sales VP at Trammell Technologies Limited.
Obviously, this is what you do when employees leave in a mass defection to start a competitor. You sue them in every way you possibly can to prevent them from getting started. Believe you me, nobody that was leaving Commodore for Trammell Technologies Limited / Atari Corporation gave one, you know what, about a Z8000 based business machine. Because, yeah, that's going to do really well in the era of the IBM PC compatible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but what it also is, the fact that they were working on the Z8000, and we've talked about it in the past, shows that Commodore has basically lost its way.
Lost the plot, yeah.
That whole advantage of we own the chip design. We do not have to pay somebody else to make the chips. If you're going to Zilog, if you are the owner of Moss Technologies and you're going to Zilog to get your chips, well, dude, game over, man. Game over.
We failed to turn the 6502 into a 16-bit microprocessor. Is there anyone out there that kind of sort of barely managed to turn their 8-bit chip into a 16-bit chip that we could go with? I hear Zilog kind of did it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sad at this point.
Yeah.
And obviously these lawsuits are going to be going for a while. And just as a reminder to everybody, if you haven't heard my interview with Leonard Trammell, one of Jack Trammell's sons, who would then become head of software development over at Atari. When he was talking about his father's time between leaving Commodore and buying up Atari, it often got told as, Jack would decide to take a tour around the world and then broke it off when the possibility of buying Atari came up. That was the old wives' tale that I grew up hearing.
Yes.
And the way that Leonard described it was, he decided to travel around the world with his wife, but what he was really doing was he was visiting all the people at Commodore International affiliates and subsidiaries that he had worked with, and to thank them, to basically reconnect with them on a personal level. And I think that that's what we're going to see here. We're going to get one other notice about, some movement internationally and so forth. But what he was really doing was he was going around and saying, okay, who's loyal, who's not loyal, who do I want to take with me? Yeah. I don't think he ever planned on leaving the business. It was just a question of what does the next thing look like and which resources do I have available? Because I am not ready to retire at 55.
Yeah. At most, it was 10 seconds, right? I mean, sometimes, you get out of a high-pressure situation and you're like, okay, yeah, this is over. Maybe it's time. And I'm not saying he had that, but he might have had the thought for 5 seconds. But no, a person like Jack, once you have that initial recovery or that initial period of being away from the action, a person like Jack's going to be like, oh, no, I'm getting back in.
Yeah,
so, At most 5 seconds. At most, he took a week, and then he was like, no. Yeah, and that's great context for the Around the World trip as well. But continuing on our slow-rolling purchase here, July 13th.
Warner Communications has sold WCI Labs Incorporated, formerly Atari Labs New York, to the management of WCI Labs. Warner will keep 22% ownership of the company. CEO Stephen T. Mayer, who was the head of the team that developed the VCS, the Atari 8-bits, and other Atari projects, will continue to run the now independent company and will focus on a new hardware for the merging of computer images and video called the Take-One system.
There you go. I mean, this was kind of a weird little sub thing where, Meyer didn't really want to be fully involved with Atari anymore. Warner helped him get set up with kind of his own advanced R&D lab over in New York. So it really wasn't a part of Atari so much anymore. And so it wouldn't have been part of any selling of stuff to Trammell. And so this is just further shedding. I mean, if we're getting out of all this stuff, we don't need this separate advanced R&D lab either.
Exactly. But we still see this whole business model of Warner is still keeping one foot in each of these businesses.
Mm-hmm.
A minority stake here, a minority stake there in case they do turn a profit. And what we're also seeing is that Atari had that, I don't want to call it Xerox PARC level R&D and brain trust, but had so many big names, so many people who were really working on cutting edge, especially consumer level technology. And they're going to keep going and doing amazing things. Mayer's team is really going to develop some extremely important tech for video production moving forward. Not the Take-One system itself, but there is going to be a lot of patents coming out of there and some technology that's going to be very important for video production for the next decade.
Absolutely. Now, moving on to the middle of the month, July the 16th.
Jack's plans for Atari continue to get clearer. All future manufacturing is to happen in the Far East. Trammell has insisted on signing all checks himself, and insiders say he will try to get out of Atari's $6 million Olympics advertising campaign, the first athletes for which started arriving in the Olympic Village on the 14th. and the $10 million promotional deal with Alan Alda. Warner has set up a reserve fund to cover contract buyouts and any lawsuits. One Wall Street analyst has called the sale of Atari, quote, the most embarrassing, end quote, takeover transaction of 1984. Warner stock has also continued to slide, now below $19 a share, and pressure is on management to sell off more underperforming subsidiaries. It is also becoming clear that Trammell's reputation among computer retailers, who he burned back at Commodore, may make selling a more expensive machine more difficult.
You mean, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, okay, maybe we'll keep doing this, fool me a third time, no. Yeah. No, there's a lot of things to unpack here. Obviously, that stab at the fact that Jack was always quick to run to Kmart as soon as he possibly could, always needed the specialty retailers in the beginning, always stabbed them in the back in the end. The retailers are not any longer a big fan of those sudden yet inevitable betrayals that Jack likes to do. Then, of course, you got the penny pinching, which was a hallmark of Jack through his entire career, and I'm sure has a lot to do with his upbringing and the hardships that he went through. He hated spending money on anything, but if he had to spend money, he hated spending it on marketing the most, and he always insisted on signing everything himself. That was true at Commodore as well. I forget the exact figure Bagnall gives in his book, but it's something like any expenditure, I can't remember the order of magnitude, was it $100 or $1,000, but it was a very small figure, and any expenditure over that figure, even at Commodore, Jack personally had to sign, and he was always asking where the money was going. So this is this is Jack being Jack, just at a new company.
Exactly. And these legacy contracts, especially the $6 million for the Olympics, I mean, there's brochures where you could buy, patches with the Olympic symbol and Atari logo on them and stuff. That's a big deal. A lot of ad spend is stuck there. And of course, Alan Aldo did not come cheap because they picked him up right after MASH ended to promote the computer line. So that's still a $10 million contract that's out there. And we'll talk about how all these contracts end. All this is still coming in this month's timeline. But yeah, it's Jack being Jack, like you said. But this whole problem, and this goes back to what our very first story, that CES rundown. The mass retailers are gun shy about this, about the entire market. The idea of selling a upscale computer, a more expensive machine, at mass retail is not going to work in North America anymore. In Europe, it won't be a problem. As we will see, that's where Atari's computers are going to sell well, because you can pick them up at every department store. But as far as the U.S. market is concerned, that crash of 83, 84 is not going to give him the situation that he needs, and he's burned too many bridges. But
I sure hope he doesn't overcompensate by trying to buy his own underperforming specialty retailer to get a retail channel for his products, Carl.
I really hope that doesn't happen, because that would be a terrible move.
Now we'll do just a little brief check-in on July the 19th.
Warner Communications has announced that due to its massive losses, it has canceled its quarterly dividend payment to common stock shareholders, which will save the company $17 million.
I mean, this was its bread and butter for so long. This is why everyone liked him so much. 31 or whatever it was, straight quarters of year-over-year growth and a quarterly dividend. What was not to love? Well, The growth's gone away, and so now the dividend's got to go away, too.
Exactly. And it's very much a story of its time. The idea of a media or tech company today paying a common stock dividend.
I know, it's laughable.
And they still have to pay the preferred stock dividend. I mean, the idea of a company having preferred stock nowadays is already still,
yes,
it's very quaint. It's a very quaint idea.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, moving on then to July the 23rd. We're getting into the end game of the month here, Carl. Almost there.
Almost there. Jack has met with Atari's ad agencies, Doyle Dane Bernbach and Wells Rich Green, and everyone is a bit befuddled. No one can say what the company's plans are other than the entire $65 million ad account is up for review. Jack's previous stance that the Olympic TV ad spend was not his problem and that Alan Alda's contract was off have been reversed, mainly because the other sides of those contracts said no.
You mean a contract just between more than one party, Carl?
Something like that.
I'm not sure Jack sees the law that way, but okay. I think he sees it more like the Pirates Code. They're really more guidelines anyway. Anyway, do continue.
It's more a question of what are you willing to try to fight to enforce. Yeah. So, ABC will use good faith efforts to sell as much of the ad time as they can, but they also have ad inventory remaining. Wells Rich Green said of Trammell, "We're not jumping for joy. His track record is one of moving around a lot," end quote. And Doyle Dane Bernbach said, quote, "We're quite anxious to get all of this resolved. I don't have any past track record with anything quite like this," end quote.
Yeah, I mean, again, this goes into what I said earlier. Jack Trammell does not like spending money on marketing. He doesn't believe in marketing. He doesn't like marketing. This is according to many people that spoke to Brian Bagnall for his books. And so it doesn't surprise me that he has a track record of moving around a lot, because I'm sure what he does is continually pits ad agencies against each other to get the best rate. Not the best advertising, but the best rate that he can possibly get. And so I'm sure reviews, account reviews, are pretty much a standing invitation in Trammell companies.
And again, my interview with Leonard was quite a long... he mentioned this as well. He said his father just didn't believe in marketing. He didn't believe that marketing was really a thing. And therefore, paid no attention. Now, just to explain here a little bit of background, these two ad agencies, Doyle Dane Bernbach had the account for game consoles for the 2600, 5200, and so forth, while Wells Rich Green had the account for computers. And one of the major reasons why these were separated was that Doyle Dane Bernbach also had the account for IBM's office equipment. So they couldn't represent Atari on its home computers. That would have been a conflict of interest. And as we'll see also a little bit later, Doyle Dane Bernbach International represents Atari on all products.
Yeah, and this goes back to the beginning. DDB was the ad agency chosen by Ray Kassar when he came in as the head of the consumer division in 1978 to do the big marketing blitz. So all of the Atari VCS and 5200 and software, video game software commercials from this classic era, that was all DDB. So, yeah, I mean, it's not surprising Trammell would put them in review because of who Trammell is, but that is a major shakeup because they've had this account since like 78.
Exactly. And for them, it's now a question of, okay, what do we do? And what kind of offer can we make? Because they probably want to keep it, but, well, does Jack really want to be in the console business? Is going to be the question.
Indeed. All right, July 27th, the end is in sight.
Layoffs at Atari are not limited to the U.S., as Trammell has begun to sack the international divisions as well. Graham Clark, managing director of Atari UK, has resigned and many of the UK sales and management staff have been sacked. Simon Westbrook, Atari UK's financial controller, will reign as acting managing director until a replacement can be found.
I'm just thinking about the opening credits of Holy Grail now. It's like the individuals responsible for sacking the UK sales and management sack have also been sacked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very, very true. So, and obviously this is happening all over Europe. I just happen to have the news for the UK. And this is happening, every division of Atari. This is just a universal application at this point of the criteria.
Indeed. We also have a second story here on the 27th.
Oh, yes. Warner sells its controlling share in the Cosmos soccer team. No details were released, but rumor has it that WCI will retain 40% of the team and 60% will go to the club's former center forward, Giorgio Chinaglia. I'm trying to give it my best Italian accent here. In exchange for no payment, but that Chinaglia and his investor group would provide working capital to the club, which has never shown a profit and which lost an estimated $5 million in 1983. Chinaglia also owns Lazio Rome.
I do love how much it clearly pains Steve Ross to be parting with all of these companies, because he is always keeping that stake. He is always keeping his finger in these pies.
Oh, definitely. None of it is a clear break, but also considering that he's not getting any real money for any of these, I think that not keeping a stake would be suicide for him and his position, because I don't think the the stockholders would go for it. Mm-hmm. He'd have a real rebellion on the board, because it's just giveaways at this point, in the hopes that at some point something will come out of it.
Absolutely.
And of course, for those not in the know about American soccer, the American Soccer League that exists at this point in time is not going to be around for very much longer. It's about to collapse.
Yes, this is not the Major League Soccer of today.
No.
For sure. And finally, we come to the end of this month-long Atari Odyssey by catching up on the news from July 30th.
Wells, Rich and Green, the ad agency responsible for Atari's home computer advertising, will be the sole ad agency for Atari Incorporated going forward. Doyle Dane Bernbach, the company that ran the video game ads, doesn't see it as a huge loss, as they don't think the new Atari will invest much in video game advertising anyway, and DDB has IBM's office equipment account, so they couldn't have brought the computer business over anyway. DDB International represents both Atari's video game and computer business and, according to the vice chairperson of DDB USA, will, to his knowledge, continue to do so. The computer and video game spots that were already produced will air during the Olympics in slots that Atari doesn't manage to sell. An insider told Adweek that it was clear the new Atari did not plan to continue with video games and would lower the price of the 2600 to $60. Adweek also reports that Atari is rumored to be in negotiations with Intel for its 802086 processor and has laid off all Atari engineers not familiar with the Motorola 68000 processor.
I wonder what the next computer is going to use.
And obviously this is all rumors, so I don't know how much to buy into the 286 chatter. But obviously we know in hindsight that 68,000 question is going to be the important one.
Absolutely. So one other thing I just wanted to call out here, just because it's come up a couple of times, is, the 1984 Olympics, this big Olympic event that has everyone in this huge Olympic fever. And yet in our previous news story, ABC was talking about, well, we'll try, but we haven't even sold everything we got. So I don't know that we can sell yours. And then here being like, yeah, Atari's going to sell what it can. It's like the Olympics? Nobody wants to advertise during the Olympics? And just as a little side story, I just wanted to say the Olympic Games almost collapsed as an institution before 1984. And the LA Games saved the Olympic movement, quite simply. And it was because of a guy named Peter Ueberroth who came up with the idea of truly commercializing the Olympics for the first time. Atari was the official video game sponsor of the Olympics. There were many official sponsors of those Olympics because Ueberroth sold sponsorships as a way of helping pay for the enormous cost of putting on the Olympics. Now, that's not the television revenue we're talking about there, but still, the idea of the Olympics as something profitable and something worth being attached to from a marketing perspective did not exist really prior to the 1984 games. So, if Atari were collapsing today and we're like, hey guys, we have some ad time that we could, I guess, kind of unload a little cheaply for you at the Olympics, I'm sure a dozen companies would probably jump on that. But in 1984, that just wasn't quite a thing yet.
Yeah, of course. And this Olympics is going to change the way things are going to be done. We're also going to see that a little bit later. We've got a story in the miscellaneous about that, especially about the way it's going to be presented. And the fact that Atari had gone so deep into this, $6 million, we're not thinking that it's that much, but that's just the ad spend. We don't know how much Warner actually had to pay up front for the sponsorship. Exactly.
Ueberroth was not giving those away for free, that's for sure.
Oh, hell no. But hey, they probably bought those 2 years earlier when everything looked great.
Exactly. What could possibly go wrong? The Blade Runner and the Olympics? Atari's name is going to ring out forever. Just like Pan Am. Anyway.
I was just about to say Pan Am. You can't think of Blade Runner without thinking of Pan Am, okay?
Yep, absolutely. All right, so that ends our look at Atari throughout the month and that purchase by Jack Trammell and the resulting fallout from that. We'll now return to our normal format as we continue with the rest of our business stories. And we'll start with another shocking collapse. Perhaps not as shocking as Atari, since this is a much smaller company, but certainly shocking in its own way across the pond as Imagine Management splits.
Imagine, the UK software developer that has made headlines for its extravagant expenditures on things like sports cars for young programmers, seems to be collapsing from the inside. UK magazine Home Computing Weekly reports in their July 17th through 23rd issue that two of the three owners, Dave Lawson and Mark Butler, have founded a new company, FinchSpeed, and have begun transferring assets to the new entity despite Imagine having massive debts of at least £400,000. 250,000 of which come from their failed deal with publishing house Marshall Cavendish, which we reported on back in our March 1984 episode. The move was voted against by 10% minority stakeholder Steve Blower, who was also the head of Studio Sting. Studio Sting was the now defunct subsidiary responsible for most of Imagine's cover artwork. The asset transfer has led to the resignation of Bruce Everest, the company's operations director, and his wife Kathy Everest, who was a secretary at the company. Home Computing Weekly also reports that, unbeknownst to the staff, Dave Lawson and Imagine's financial director Ian Hetherington visited Los Angeles to meet with investors to raise capital for FinchSpeed. FinchSpeed is, according to rumors, also partially owned by Hetherington. Staff at Imagine told the magazine that Finchspeed is to take over the company's 2 mega game box sets, Bandersnatch and Cyclops, with Imagine getting 50% of the profits. Finchspeed has also apparently bought £43,000 worth of equipment from Imagine with a 10% deposit. This follows the sale of Imagine's back catalog to record company Bo Jolly, a deal we reported on last month. The operations manager, Bruce Everest, told Computing Weekly that he only found out about the moves by chance and was deliberately excluded from them.
Finchspeed, not exactly a name that rings out in history, but there's another name that the company will go by soon that certainly does, and that is, of course, Psygnosis.
Oh, yes. So, and there's a couple of follow-up stories that we have to talk about here because the UK has these weekly computer magazines. We have Home Computer Weekly and Popular Computing Weekly, and both of them are breaking the story, but they're clearly talking to different people as they do it and using slightly different sources. So for our purposes here, this first write-up was just what was in Home Computing Weekly. Mm-hmm. Then we're going to switch over to the perspective from Popular Computing Weekly because we get some additional information. But that idea that some of the owners and their accountant, and Ian Hetherington is a very important figure in the overall view, and I've been trying to get some of the insiders from Psygnosis for interviews for quite a few years now because I really do think that there's a fascinating story there.
Yeah, they don't talk. They don't talk. And, of course, Ian's dead now, but the ones that are still around, they don't talk.
Yeah. And, I mean, this doesn't look like a good image. I mean, I practice bankruptcy law in the U.S. I don't know exactly what bankruptcy law looks like in England. But
not like this, Carl. Not like this.
The idea of moving assets, of signing assets over to a new corporate entity, when you know that you're sitting on those kind of debts, just smells illegal. In the States, it would be highly illegal.
Yeah. Well, even in the rank and file, employees, I think it's John Gibson. I could have the person wrong in the story that told the story about how, when the bailiffs came to lock things down, they grabbed some of the computers with code on them and were like hiding in the bathroom stalls, standing on the toilets so that they couldn't see them looking under the stalls. I mean, they were doing everything in their power to hide everything they possibly could from the state and from the creditors.
Exactly. And let's jump over because, a lot of those stories are going to come out in another medium, as we will see. So the first petition by creditors to dissolve the company was filed on April 16th. 1984, and at least one more on June 11th. A hearing on July 9th went unopposed and the company was ordered to dissolve after failing to pay creditor VNU Business Publications £10,000 within 7 days for outstanding magazine ads. And if you want to hear more about this, we did talk about Imagine's outstanding magazine ad spends very briefly when I interviewed Jazz, legendary British games journalist. Check out that interview. This all happens while the BBC Two film crew was there creating the incredible Imagine episode of Commercial Breaks that would air in December. So all of this is being done. There's actually a shot of, I think it's Hetherington, but it may also be Butler or Lawson. So there's a shot in there. It's not commented on, but it's one of these co-owners signing the paperwork for him and his wife to get their passports so they can fly to LA to get that extra money for Finchspeed. That's in the episode, okay?
I mean, this is one of the great moments in reality TV history. Like,
Yeah. Everybody will probably talk about it more in December again when it actually airs. But if you've never seen this, it's up on YouTube. I'll put a link in the show notes.
And believe
that
me,
episode is brilliant.
In December, we will roll that beautiful bean footage, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. We may even have to do a commentary video for it.
That actually might be a lot of fun.
Oh, no, let's do that. Let's do that. A commentary video. Okay, you heard it here first. That will be an extra special similar to our commentary video for the violence hearings.
But much shorter, because it's just like an hour-long episode of television.
Yeah. Okay. The list of creditors is long and includes the owner of the building they rent office space in, multiple magazine publishers, cassette duplicators, and even a wine vendor they have an open account with.
Why not? That just fit the Imagine image?
Exactly.
That they had an account with a wine vendor.
These guys, I mean, this, what was the name of John Romero's company again? The one that was working on Daikatana?
Ion Storm.
Ion Storm. This is Ion Storm before Ion Storm, okay?
Yeah, in a way it is complete with, the fact that Lawson was in the very small niche of early bedroom coding was considered, I mean, he was in a way a Romero of his day, even though his fame and popularity was never as big as Romero's. It was a different time and place. But within his community, he was a similar figure for his Arcadia game at Bug Bite.
Exactly. Now, a second note here. So that first one was from the July 19th issue of Popular Computing. This one's a little bit earlier, but gives us a little bit more information. Popular Computing Weekly reports that on June 29th, so this is right at the end, basically the same time that Jack is negotiated by Atari, Ian Hetherington, that's the financial guy, told them from the U.S., so he's talking to Popular Computing Weekly while he's sitting in the U.S. looking for funding, that FinchSpeed was just an off-the-shelf company to get money into Imagine. Quote, there is no point in discussing FinchSpeed since it is dead and buried. It's forgotten. End quote. But on July 1st, at an extraordinary general meeting of Imagine shareholders, July 1st being a Sunday, I believe it's a Sunday, and this is, remember, there's only 3 shareholders. There's the 2 main shareholders and there's the 10% guy. And remember, he was left out of the conversation. The Studio Sting guy.
Yes.
So, but on what was it? Did you look it up? Was it?
It was. Yes,
Sunday.
I did look it up. It was Sunday.
So, a general meeting of the Imagine shareholders, a contract was approved, transferring ownership of the Mega Games to FinchSpeed, as well as the right to use Imagine's premises and Imagine's assets, including equipment needed to develop the Mega Games.
Who's an off-the-shelf company for whom?
Exactly. And just to remind everybody, in case you haven't been following all the episodes, the Mega Games were Bandersnatch and Cyclops. And these were going to be ZX Spectrum games that required an additional memory expansion that was going to be shipped with the games in order to make them work. That's why they were going to be the Mega Games. But it also meant that they were going to need a lot of extra capital in order to ship them with memory chips.
Yeah.
And this connects nicely with the conversation we had earlier about Atari talking about, ROM expanded or ROM games.
Though in this case, there's a very different reason for it. This was almost certainly an attempt to combat piracy in the market. Because if you need our hardware to run the games, you can't just pirate the software.
And yes, and piracy in the UK market is a huge deal. We've talked about it a couple of times, but it's literally every month there's articles about it. Yeah. And so, you're right that was probably one of the considerations, but it also would have made the game just simply bigger, badder.
Because Microgen did the same thing at about the same time. They created these games that needed this like dongle or something for the exact same reason. It's like they thought if they included a piece of hardware, it would cut down on the piracy. Just a fascinating little sub thing that happened in the UK at this exact moment and didn't work for anybody, which is why no one tried it ever again.
And no. Exactly 10 years later, Ocean is going to do it with RoboCop 3 on the Amiga.
No, that's fair. I should not have said never. Never say never again.
Ocean is going to do exactly the same thing 10 years later, and it's going to be a pirated version of the game will hit all of the BBSs before the official game actually hits the shelves. No dongle necessary. But okay. Now, so they're transferring all this stuff, the mega games and everything. Finch Speed will pay £40,000 to Imagine, as well as 50% of the net profit from the games, up to a maximum of £625,000. Yeah. The measure was approved by a majority of those present.
And of course, everybody that's in on this knows that Imagine is not going to survive these proceedings. So they're promising them nothing that they're going to have to give them.
Exactly. Or if they would have to give it to the bankruptcy court, but even then, you know, there's no way that these games are ever going to make this kind of money. It's just insane. And £40,000, this is what I couldn't figure out was, are they, because the other article says that they did it with a 10% down. Now, this article in Popular Computing doesn't talk about the 10%, but Home Computing Weekly talked about a 10% deposit. So that would be £4,000. And this is supposed to be for access to the premises and everything else. Obviously, the bailiffs come in during July. They shut the whole thing down. And in theory, whatever they're able to take with them, they take with them. Spoiler alert, only one of the two mega games actually finishes development. As far as we know, one of them may not have even made it past the conceptual stage. And I believe it's Cyclops or I think it's Cyclops ends up becoming Bradicus, which is the first release by Psygnosis in a much modified way. And the lead platform for that by then is the Atari ST. Yeah. And if you've ever played Bradicus, it's video adventure game, and it's very slow, and it's not a lot of fun. But
no, there's real shenanigans here, and I think that you are right to question the legality of most of it.
Not just most. I'm questioning the legality of all of it. I just don't know how they didn't end up in jail. And this is where, you know, if any of our listeners are familiar with UK copyright law, please drop me a line and explain to me what happened here, because as an American
copyright or bankruptcy?
Not copyright, bankruptcy, sorry. Yeah. As an American bankruptcy attorney, I cannot imagine why somebody did not end up in prison over this. That being said.
Indeed.
That's enough Imagine for right now.
Yes, indeed. Let's move on to Sierra Online no more.
Sierra Online and its action game label Sierra Vision have been merged, and all future releases by the company will simply carry the label Sierra, all caps.
Do. I mean, you don't need an action game label anymore when the entire action game market has gone belly up.
That is very true. I didn't even think about that when I was writing this up, but you are correct. It's over. And the idea of being an online game is such a weird 70s reference. That's over too. So, yeah. we have the Sierra that we all know and love of so many save every 2 seconds so in case you die gameplay.
Yeah.
Man, I played so many of those. I still have probably about 12 box ones, but back in the day, oh my god, I had an entire wall of Sierra games. It's scary.
That is scary. Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of them too, and yeah, don't know why we were doing that now that we know what modern adventure game design looks like.
It's because in the entire history of Lucasfilm, they didn't even make a dozen games. Yeah. And we were all like, well, but they were so good. It's like, yeah, but once you finished Monkey Island after a week, you had to wait another 2 years for another game, typically. So,
yeah,
give me that sweet, sweet Heroes Quest, baby. And I still call it Heroes Quest, okay? It's not Quest for Glory.
Okay.
I had Heroes Quest. Okay, that's another issue.
Yeah, then turning our attention to another one of the companies caught up in the disastrous collapse of the video game and home computer markets, Coleco numbers continue down.
And this is another one where it's broken into a whole bunch of stories spread out over a whole bunch of different publications, but it's all worth it. So, Coleco has announced that their second quarter profits are down by 44% year on year, down to $5.1 million from $9.1 million, despite sales rising by 32% to $166.6 million. The sales gain was due to continued high demand for Cabbage Patch Kids related product, with Coleco shipping about $150 million worth of product in the first half of 1984, more than double the amount for all of 1983. Consumer electronics sales, aka sales of the ColecoVision and Atom, were significantly lower in the last 2 quarters. Coleco did not give numbers for the Atom, but CEO and President Arnold Greenberg said that the company, quote, would continue to support Atom, end quote, and part of that support would be, quote, an intensive TV advertising campaign in August and launching an unusual consumer program to encourage the purchase of Atom, end quote.
I believe that unusual consumer program is called bribery, Carl. Definitely bribery.
Now, and I don't know the timing, and we'll see it as we go forward, but I think this is the weird ads where if you bought an Atom or a ColecoVision, they would give you a Cabbage Patch doll.
That is the bribery I am, in fact, referring to. It's like, you know that thing you couldn't get at last Christmas without punching out 10 moms between you and the end of the toy aisle? Now you can get it for free if you take our electronic crap off your hands.
It's Coleco is not in a good position right here, and they keep doubling down on the Atom.
And I know we bring this up every time that there's been a quarterly report. This isn't a new observation, but sales rising so much, profits falling so much. I mean, of course, dolls are a far lower margin product than electronics, which is part of that, but it just goes to show what a gigantic albatross the Atom especially has become. I mean, the ColecoVision, I don't think they've been investing enough into for that to be a significant drain, but the Atom, such a disaster.
I mean, they stopped complete production of the ColecoVision sometime in early 83. I mean, they sacrificed the thing that was selling for the Atom. So whatever they're still selling of the ColecoVision is basically old stock if they haven't ramped up production of it again.
Yeah.
And it's insane. It makes no sense that they would have made this bet, and they're still doubling down on it. Now, an extra side note here, the unshipped order backlog for Cabbage Patch Kids product going into the third quarter of 84 is still in excess of $350 million.
My goodness.
So, I mean, even though they've been shipping so much Cabbage Patch, I mean, $150 million worth of product in the first half of 84, they still have $350 million of unsold product according to them. Now, And this is where it's going to get fun, because every bubble's got to burst. And here's a wonderful quote. Quote, "The Cabbage Patch phenomenon will eventually die down." End quote. This comes from Martin Rahm, an analyst with the First Boston Corporation. Quote, "They have a very severe test ahead in consumer electronics. That will be the make or break test for them."
That's not good news.
No.
Have you seen the electronics?
And this is where, here's a great quote. Now, we've talked in the past about Playthings magazine. Now, this is a magazine for toy retailers, and if you are in America today, you're like, toy retailers? You mean there's somebody other than Walmart? Yes, there are.
Yeah, Target.
Target, yes.
Just kidding.
Well, back in the 80s, children, there were a lot of toy retailers. There were small mom and pop retailers. There were small chains. There were national chains like KB's and so forth. There was lots of places where you could buy toys. And so there were publications dedicated to retailers in this field. And Playthings has this monthly breakdown. And, well, here. So the situation with Cabbage Patch seems to be getting hairier. Toy retailer publication Playthings has an interesting write-up in its What's Selling section this month. What's Selling is the monthly collection of anecdotal information gathered from different regions of the U.S. that we have often quoted from on the show. And my favorite columnist in this section, Ted Rakstis, Rakstis, of Chicago, has some amazing info. So I've talked about this guy before. He's the no nonsense. Everybody else is always trying to put everything in a slightly positive light. Ted doesn't give a shit.
He's old Chicago through and through.
He's like, yeah. So I'm just going to quote him. It's a big quote, but this is taken straight from his column. And this is how his column starts. Happiness for toy merchants in 1984 almost boils down to having supplies of Cabbage Patch and Trivial Pursuit. While May shipments of Toyland's two hottest numbers still were far below demand, enough finally arrived to bring cheer to chronically harried retailers. A wholesale toy buyer who had received about 300 pieces each of Cabbage Patch and Trivial Pursuit in April said he was shipped 5 times as many in May. But he added, quote, "Our customers still need at least 4,000 Cabbage Patches and 3,000 Trivial Pursuits. And they need 5,000 Care Bears. We got very few from Kenner in May. Also, we have a problem with Coleco. In order to get Cabbage Patch, they're telling us we have to buy, and pay cash up front, stuff like wheel goods." That's cars and stuff, little vehicles for kids. "And pools, and even snow shovels and toboggans." End quote. At retail, a North Shore store owner and a suburban discounter reported much the same experience. "Coleco hasn't forced me to buy any snow goods yet, but they are demanding that we support their entire line in order to get Cabbage Patch." Remember what's included in that entire line.
Yeah.
"And without any dating." Now, this is technical term here, just for a moment to interrupt, but dating means you know exactly when it's going to arrive, and if it doesn't arrive on time, then they have to pay a penalty. So whenever we get it to you, we'll get it to you, but we need our money up front.
Yeah.
The discounter rounded up 200 pieces of Cabbage Patch from a number of sources, aka not Coleco, and at $34.94 each, cleaned up most of his waiting list. A specialty toy chain buyer reported that her shipments of both items had doubled in May. Her store wholesale buyer said that some of his customers were getting $45 or more for Cabbage Patch. Conversely, the owner of a high-quality store in an outlying area noted, quote, "We've stopped taking orders for Cabbage Patch. I can't go any lower than $33.99, and a big local supermarket is offering it for $27.99. We're looking for an alternative doll, and the line that looks good to us is Village Toys Ice Cream Dolls, end quote. So, the fun thing here is, Coleco is using these strong-arm tactics of, we've got the Cabbage Patch, you want the Cabbage Patch, take the Atom, and take our pools and stuff. And just as a reminder, Coleco, before they got into the electronics business, was primarily a company making things like rubber pools and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that these are the products that they're trying to push onto retailers. But the fact that they're trying to do this is really a desperation move, because what it's really going to do is going to really, really burn bridges. This is short-term thinking with long-term effects.
Yeah.
And I just love these analogies. It's like, you want the Cabbage Patch, but guess what? You got Care Bears coming, baby. Care Bears are going to have a cartoon that's actually going to work.
Yeah. And, what the other thing I think is funny on the looking forward end of this is that when Cabbage Patch inevitably starts to fail, Coleco's like, oh, what do we do? Well, Trivial Pursuit was selling well at the same time as Cabbage Patch. Let's buy that. Which, is after that fad is also over.
Exactly. I mean, they're making all the wrong moves. I mean, my God. Had they just stuck with the ColecoVision, pumped out a few good games. I mean, they had stuff on the board that looked interesting. They had the support of companies like Epix, where they could have had more complex games coming out.
Yeah.
There was no reason to jump into home computers. But, I guess hindsight is 20/20.
That part is hindsight. It really did look at the time, once things like the VIC-20, we talked about this in our Crash episode, but once things like the VIC-20 are going for $99 or whatever, it really was looking like home computers were the next wave. And it seemed like if you wanted to beat the current wave, ride the crest and get in on the next big thing, that the next big thing after cheap home computers was going to be cheap, complete, all-in-one home computer setups. So you can see the logic they were following. It's just, the execution was always a pipe dream. They were never going to create something at an acceptable price that worked acceptably because, spoiler alert, printers are expensive. Desktop printers are still, to a certain degree, expensive. I mean, not as expensive as the ink replacements anymore, but there's a certain amount of mechanical part in there that you just cannot cost reduce past a certain point without sacrificing quality.
Exactly. But I guess talking about companies that have made that transition.
Indeed, it appears that Milton Bradley sees turnaround.
In a clear sign that ditching video games is the right idea, Milton Bradley, the fourth largest toy maker, which dropped out of the games market last year when it discontinued its Vectrex console system, has seen its fortunes turn around. MB announced second quarter earnings of $1.7 million compared to $1.2 million the year before, with sales totaling $64.9 million, up 7% compared to the same period the year prior, despite not having a big-ticket item like the Vectrex in its offerings. The Vectrex cost MB $31.6 million in losses over 18 months, and MB's first yearly loss since 1948. MB is currently in the process of merging with Hasbro, the fifth largest toy maker. So
yeah, fifth largest, not for long.
No. When these two merge, I mean, it's that and the fact that Hasbro has a little toy line called Transformers that is just now beginning to hit retail this month and last month. Yeah, I mean, Tonka beat them with the GoBots by a couple of months, but now very quickly the GoBots are going to be moved aside because Optimus Prime is here. And it's the right of all sentient beings to buy toys full of kibble. Okay. And since we're talking about the toy companies, Mattel is facing a shareholder lawsuit over alleged SEC violations for claiming that video games were going to make them a lot of money in 1983. This at the same time that their numbers are turning around, with sales in the quarter ending April 28th rising 51% over a year earlier, from $116 million to $175 million. The drain of the electronics division behind them, this meant a profit of $16.9 million for the quarter, compared to a loss of $20.4 million the year before. It also marks the end of their 5-quarter loss streak.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before, and not coincidentally, obviously, because there's only so much money to go around to children's entertainment, the death of video games meant an absolute renaissance in traditional toys, especially action figures.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and Mattel is clearly riding the Masters of the Universe wave, which is just going berserk. They just launched at this point, and yes, I was a He-Man kid, so I'm looking at this in the toy journals a little bit more than I probably
He-Man.
should. Yeah. Well, one of the big ticket items that the retailers are reporting on this month is the launch of Snake Mountain. And the normal Castle Grayskull was going for $20. Snake Mountain is going for $44.99. I mean, granted, it's got like the whole voice changer electronics in it, and moving mouth on stuff, but I mean, that's a huge uptick in price. I mean, these are the play sets are not even in the same price range.
No, it's incredible how because in the very next year, Hasbro will release the USS Flag aircraft carrier for its G.I. Joe line.
Exactly. It's just crazy.
But I think, again, I don't think that's a coincidence. It's like, it's not like I've looked at the economics of this, but it's like parents had been buying big ticket items like video games and computers, and they are not buying those anymore, but they have become accustomed, more affluent families, obviously. Not everyone's going out and buying a Castle Grayskull and a Snake Mountain, but they become more accustomed to a little bigger spend on their kids' toys. And so I do think that kind of pushing these larger play sets was partly a result of that, although I don't know that for certain. It's not like I've done the research on that.
No, but I can totally see how, and we've talked about it a little bit over the years here on the show, this idea of the toy stores getting used to bigger ticket items. That resilience that they had to the bigger ticket items melted away when they had to jump into video games. Without video games in their stores, they could not compete. And so, they're used to it now. It's not all that hard. There's probably also a demographic issue. I mean, we're coming out of the recession years of the 70s. The economy is starting to stabilize through massive government debt increases. But we're coming out of that phase, and the average number of kids in the household has dropped over the last 15 years. I mean, this is the generation of 2 kids, or 1.9 kids, or whatever the average is, and that's very different from 10 years earlier.
Yeah, I mean, more divorces, more which are, shortening marriages before you necessarily have as many kids. More 2-parent working households, which reduces the desire to have too many kids to watch, and just the money, inflation, making it more expensive to have kids. So yeah, there has been, Generation X is that hourglass in between, the boomers and the millennials, and really for the millennials, it's really, later in the millennial generation where it starts picking up again. Elder millennials, there aren't quite as many.
That's true. And as a proud last year of Gen Xer here, I feel you. Okay, so we got the toys out of the way. Who else do we have the financial info on?
Well, it seems that in the coin-op realm, Bally positive despite games downturn.
Bally, which saw revenues increase from $317 million in last year's Q2 to $398 million in Q2 1984, reports that their video game divisions, manufacturing, distribution, and arcades are all still losing money. But they are confident that once the market rebounds, they will be in a position to be the biggest beneficiary in the market.
Yeah, they're right about that. They don't end up having the patience to ride it out. But because they do own Aladdin's Castle, which is the largest chain of arcades. So if that market were to turn around, they would be perfectly positioned to reap the benefits. But yeah, Bob Mullane had started diversifying the company even before the market fell apart, because as I've talked about before, he was a finance guy. He was not wedded to the coin industry, and he didn't really see that as Bally's best path forward. And turns out he was right. And so, they've always had the slots, but they've gotten into lottery machines. They've gotten into exercise equipment. Yes, Bally Fitness is that Bally, not anymore, corporate shenanigans, but Bally Fitness is the same Bally that brought you slot machines. And so, yeah, they're not impacted as much as some because they have other areas to fall back on.
Definitely.
And then our final business story of the day, turning our attention to whatever the heck still exists of the console software market. Activision losses high.
Software maker Activision has reported that Q1 1984 net sales were just $6.2 million compared to $26.2 million the year before. Profits have turned negative, with last year's $227,000 gain turning into a quarterly loss of $3.6 million. In response, Chairman and President James Levy has announced cutbacks to staff and liquidation of assets. The company's operating expenses are now their lowest in 2 years.
Spoiler alert, we got a few more quarters of losses coming up. Yeah, Activision, obviously, they were caught just like everybody else. They were just caught a little later than everybody else because they had the hit of 1982 holiday in Pitfall. And of course, they're not on January to December fiscal years like Warner is. They're on July to June or whatever fiscal years. So, they stayed rosier just a little longer than the competition because of the hit at the end of 82 and the vagaries of when their quarters line up. But yeah, they're hurting like everyone else. And like everyone else, they found it kind of impossible to transition into the home computer market. It wasn't just a simple matter of being like, okay, there's home computers now, let's go chase that, because there was already a large group of companies that had gone home computer first, and the type of software they were making was just so different from the type of software that these third-party console companies were making, which was more of the arcade style fare, which has fallen into complete disarray and disrepute after the downturn in both the coin-operated video game industry and the console video game industry. So it hasn't been an easy transition, and that's starting to show up on the balance sheet.
Oh, definitely. You just played it, Pitfall 2.
Yeah.
And while it's a masterclass of technical expertise on the 2600,
yep,
there's no screen scrolling. There's no inventory system as such. All the innovations that are making computer games interesting are missing from that title by design, because the lead platform is basically a console from the 1970s.
Right.
And until they break away from that and start making games that are specifically for home computers, and spoiler alert, they're already working on one that's going to be a breakout hit in the form of Ghostbusters, because there's little man named Greg Fishbach, who's already picked up those rights, and one David Crane is already busy making a game for the biggest movie, as we will see in the story a little bit later, the biggest movie in the country. That's going to bring in a lot of cash for Activision. But it's also a game design that's not really doable on the 2600 anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Turning our attention now to the coin-op scene, where everything is not exactly rosy at this moment either. Interest rates put more pressure on coin-op.
Several banks have raised their prime interest rates to 14%, putting immense pressure on the manufacturers, distributor, and operator structure of the coin-op biz. According to Replay magazine, some operators say that under these circumstances, the only profit they can make off of a dedicated coin-op game is through depreciation of the equipment.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't know the interest rates were going so wonky in 84, but that industry is so built on like 90-day billing and stuff like that. And, these three different tiers of the system kind of, each selling on to the next with promise of payment that's going to come in the future as soon as we sell it on to the next, who will give payment as soon as our customers put money in the machine. So there's a lot of terms, there's a lot of credit, and yeah, high interest rates isn't going to help anyone in that space.
Yeah, no, and this is one of those things that everybody keeps forgetting, and it's if you're a listener nowadays and you're not old enough to remember interest rates like this, these interest rates will start to come down in the next year or two, but at this point in time, there's no reason to believe that that's the case. That is really putting pressure on everything.
But Carl, it's morning in America.
Are you spelling that M-O-U-R?
Yeah, I mean, obviously inflation had been a problem for a very long time. And Paul Volcker, the Fed chair, appointed by Carter, but most of it happened under Reagan, took some really essential steps to curb that inflation, but it did, for a time, cause skyrocketing interest rates as one of the side effects. And yeah, things are actually close to getting under control at this point. Those kind of necessary pain points have worked, and things are going to start scaling back. Feels like, am I talking about 1984 or 2024, Carl? I'm lost in the time stream at this point with the time machine. It's actually very similar to right now.
Except that nowadays we can consider a 3% interest rate a high interest rate.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah. This is this would make anyone today blanch. It's all much more extreme, but it's kind of the same idea: countering inflation, leading to skyrocketing interest rates, but then finally everything kind of, we hope, we're still in the middle of it, but evening out in the end. But that doesn't help the coin-op industry, especially since, as we noted, obviously we're very deep into that coin-op crash now, so a lot of the newcomers have gotten out, but a lot of newcomers got into the industry in 1982 when it was exploding by buying a ton of stuff on credit. And so there was already a credit crunch in the coin-op industry, and rising interest rates are not helping.
Exactly. And even though coin-op has a fairly fast turnover rate, I mean, you still got to order stuff 6 months in advance to get the manufacturing, as we will see in a short story shortly. So that means that there's still stuff from a year or so ago where the manufacturers got orders from the distributors who thought that the operators were going to buy. I mean, it is really a chain, and it's those 3 steps. Now, as we've talked about, there's companies that are both manufacturers and distributors. There's manufacturers, distributors, and simultaneously also operators. Yeah. They have a little bit more leeway here than the street operators, who are basically the ones really stuck in this 3-tier system with very, very few options.
Exactly, which is why in our business section, Bally, who is one of those companies that is on all three tiers, they have nationwide and international distribution, as well as the Aladdin's Castle chain. They're like, we're fine. I mean, yeah, the market could be better, but we're okay. And yeah, we're well primed when it picks up again. Like, yeah, they can do that.
Exactly. Yeah. Vertical integration. Jack Tramiel knew something about that when he was at Commodore.
Indeed. I mean, it's a bit antiquated system at this point in some ways. The distributor not necessarily being the vital cog that they were when these middlemen first appeared in like the 20s and 30s, and just the prospects of how you communicate with and ship to operators was a very, very different proposition. And, I mean, it still exists today, though there's been enormous consolidation. So there's very few distributors anymore. And I think most of them have a more national presence now rather than being as regionalized as they were here. But
oh, definitely. And also, let's not forget that the move from electromechanical to solid state, especially with video, has meant that the number of serious technical problems that you needed the distributor's style skill levels for repairs have diminished dramatically.
No, absolutely. That's absolutely true. And, there's this started even before video, but there's been such a consolidation in the manufacturers that are offering things, though it's actually going to fragment a little more now that the Japanese are coming in. But there had been such a push before this towards consolidation that you didn't necessarily need the distributor either to tell you what the hot ticket was to kind of navigate you through the dozens of options. Though, as I said, we're actually going to see fragmentation as the Japanese come in, and then followed by consolidation again. But that's way down the line. But right now, the question is very clearly, what do you do when these dedicated games are just becoming way too expensive to deal with current interest rates? And Carl, I think the answer to that can be found in our next headline as conversion kits take center stage.
The July 15th issue of Coin-Op publication Playmeter poses the question, conversions, Band-Aid or permanent solution? This is a burning question for those operators desperate to find new ways to breathe life back into their operations as the collapse of the coin-op business continues. Given the lack of standardization in hardware, though, conversion kits continue to be labor-intensive to install in most cases and require considerable technical expertise.
Yep, and there it is right there. And this highlights both ends of that, because at this time, the cabinets and the wiring harnesses are very non-standard. All the companies are doing their own thing, and there is some sharing between games by the same company, but not across the entire line. And there is sometimes games from different companies are similar enough that you can make something that will fit a couple of different games, but the idea of having a universal plug-and-play conversion kit in the United States is not feasible at this time. However, you have so many games that sold so many tens of thousands of units. I'm talking about the biggest of hits, the Pac-Mans, the Donkey Kongs, the Defenders, where there are enough of those cabinets still sitting on the market not doing anything, because the trade-in market collapsed a long time ago in video. There is no trade-ins. That it is viable to create a kit that works in like 2 or 3 of the hottest games, that, the former hottest games, not hot anymore, that it's a pretty sure bet that operators are going to have. And now we have a solution that we can buy relatively cheaply, even if they're a bit labor intensive to get up and running, you're still coming out ahead. And, I think it's that last part, that lack of standardization of hardware, that's probably leading people to think, well, this is not sustainable as a long-term solution. But obviously, in the next couple of years, we're going to see some moves in a standardization direction that just might eliminate that particular concern.
Oh, definitely. And to these issue of the concerns, because obviously in hindsight we're all like, if you know anything about the industry, conversion kits do become basically the standard through the JAMA standard. But at this point in time, and the entire July 15th issue of Playmeter is dedicated to this question. There's article upon article in it. And one of the recurring themes really was this issue of, so the conversion kit comes out. I put in the time and effort to put it in. But even if they keep getting cheaper, if kids are burning out on the game so fast, it's still not going to be worth the money I paid for the conversion kit.
Yeah.
So even if you're paying, let's say, $300-400 for the conversion kit, and which would be extremely cheap for a proper conversion kit of a real game at this point, we're still talking like between $500 and $1,000 for a lot of these kits. If you're only going to generate $500 or $600 worth of play, and you still have to split that with the location, it still hasn't paid for itself, even if it is cheaper than a standalone cabinet. So there's still this real fear that is video basically dead? Has the lack of interest in the games become so severe that even this solution, that's why it looks like a Band-Aid perhaps? But it still can't be a solution because there's just no money left in this business.
Exactly. And, part of that, I agree with all of that. Part of that, too, is we have to remember that the early 80s coin-op video game business and the success of it was really almost entirely built around score chasing. That is what got people excited. I mean, the casual player playing Pac-Man was probably not paying attention to their score as closely. But, the casual player didn't stay in for the long haul, of course, either. And score chasing and similar kinds of mechanics always end up running into a dead end in the end. And you have to create a new cycle. It's never self-sustaining because in order to keep the score chasers challenged, so that you don't get into these situations like when you had people famously playing Asteroids for, 20 hours on one quarter. Obviously, very few people are playing it that long, but even lesser, still very good players are playing Asteroids on one quarter longer than the 60 to 90 seconds that is the sweet spot for turning a profit. In order to keep those score chasers challenged, you have to keep upping the complexity or the difficulty in some way. You have to change it up. And you always get to a point in the end where you eventually make it too hard for the average player and even the slightly above average player. And so you always end up in a cul-de-sac. You see it in a lot of places throughout coin-op video game history. You'll see it again with shmups that become so popular. Yeah. But,
Stargate is the ideal example because if you've ever played that, I am sorry. If you were not one of those people who could survive 2 to 3 hours on one quarter on Defender, you stood no chance in that game.
Right. Yeah, and even, I'm talking, that's also true. I was thinking of the later shmup boom where shmups were really popular until it went to Bullet Hell, and then Bullet Hell went into even worse Bullet Hell. You always end up in that place. So another thing that's needed that hasn't happened yet, but is you need another paradigm besides just competition for scores to keep players coming back, because otherwise you are going to keep running into the same problem where, you can put in a new game for much cheaper, but the public is going to wear it out quickly, which is what we were seeing throughout the crash of the coin-op video game market, is that window for profitability on a title just shrinking. And so, this is just a Band-Aid if we're just sticking with our score chasing kind of maze games and shooting games that have been the typical fare. So, of course, that's another thing we'll see, moving into the future is we're going to see some games that start breaking that mold in different ways.
And one of those games, and this is a first note on this story, is Nintendo's Punch-Out! Because there it's not about score chasing, it's about seeing how many of the enemies you can get through to get to the game over. And it's not game over because you lost, it's game over because congratulations, you've beaten the game.
Yes.
The idea of the finite game with something new to actually discover that is visually rewarding. You get to see something new and have to relearn learn new strategies as you go along. Yes. And so all of this news about conversions comes as Nintendo announces that Punch-Out! Will be a so-called quick change system with a Pack-2 game coming soon. Bally, now owner of the Sentai cartridge-based coin-op system, has decided to go low-key until they can figure out what the best marketing strategy for the system is. And we also have New Technology Computer Inventions Incorporated. A new company announced the Time Machine, a video game jukebox that will allow for up to 32 games on the same machine. Their first game has been licensed from Adventure International. That's Scott Adams' company, the one that primarily does text adventures. And then they also have games from Artworks, Avant-Garde, DataMost, Datasoft, Hessware, Sierra Online, and others.
Yeah, well, first of all, Carl, I think there's only room for one time machine in video games. And it's not them.
All I have to say is, looking at it from our 1974 jump, I think I can sue these people.
Huzzah. But then the other thing, this is one of several projects we've seen to bring computer games into the arcade. And I know everyone was desperate, but I don't think it takes the benefit of hindsight to be like, what are these people thinking? Because computer games are not built to dazzle in 60 to 90 second spurts. They're just not.
But see, okay, and here I'm going to play devil's advocate because Play Choice 10 is going to work awesome in the year 1989. And here's the thing. Games in the arcade fall into two big categories. The ones that are going to dazzle you graphically and with sounds and everything else. And then there's also the games that basically are just going to keep bringing you back again and again and again, based off of the gameplay alone. And I think that there is a space, there is a market for both of them as long as you don't have to rely on a super heavy coin drop to finance the machine.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying, what I'm looking at here is, this was my experience, because literally July 94 is when I'm, we'll talk about this in our next episode. July 94 is when I come back to the United States from Germany. And what I noticed very, very quickly was in the arcades, you never saw a Play Choice 10 in an arcade. That just did not happen. At least in my experience. I'm sure there was an arcade someplace that had one. But where you saw them was the pizza parlors. You saw them in those kind of venues. And they were getting play. You'd have kids standing there playing Castlevania or Contra or whatever was on the machine. They'd be popping in their quarter to play an NES game in an era of the Super NES. And that machine probably covered its cost because, well, it had been sitting there for forever, and it was using cartridges that were basically cheap as dirt, by coin-op standards. I think that these could have worked if the right games were used and the right game philosophy, the monetization philosophy was correct. Now, if you're trying to use an Apple II, yeah, forget about that. The Atari 8-bit, probably also a non-starter. Commodore 64 graphics, at this point in time, may have been able to pull this off. But there's not enough cartridge software. And just looking at the names of these companies, this is clearly being built off of an Atari 8-bit computer. But imagine if you put BC's Quest for Tires, the Commodore 64 version, with its 16 colors, its giant sprite, you put that in an arcade at 25-cent play, it's not going to set the world on fire, but if you put that in the right venue, like a pizza parlor or someplace like that, you're going to get probably a decent enough coin drop. I don't know.
I don't, because I mean, I see what you're saying, and certainly, another aspect of that is how you saw Neo Geo systems in non-traditional locations for years, because you had the interchangeability, you had the multiple games in a single cabinet, and so it could sustain itself. But I think the thing that's different about the Play Choice 10 here, though, first of all, when it first came out, in the late 80s, it was also in the traditional arcades. My arcade had a Play Choice 10 in it. I'm sure by 94 they didn't. I mean, I think two things really spurred the success of the Play Choice 10, though, in its early days, both of which had to do with the market situation more than they did with the games on offer. One of those is it came out right during the period of the chip shortage, when it was very hard to find a lot of NES games. And the other is that Super Mario Bros. 3 was available on Play Choice 10 a few months before it was available for in the home in the United States as well, which I think, kind of helped build things to a fever pitch. And then I can understand, it makes sense to me what you said about, once those Play Choice 10 systems were established in some of those locations, and those locations, those non-traditional locations, and those locations are not liable to update their offerings because, by the early 90s, most street locations have given up on video games. But if you already have one that's still earning you some money, you might as well keep it around, because at that point, you've paid it off or whatever, and so what? You're paying some electricity for it, and that's about it. But, and at that point, I can see how it works in terms of, well, yeah, you have some kids in the Super NES era that have maybe never played some of these NES classics like Castlevania, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3. And so at that point, it's kind of cool for them, so it kind of can hang on in that way. But I think that's very different than what's going on here, which is a company saying, we are going to bring you the latest computer games in the arcade. I don't see that model working particularly well.
And I don't know if they're saying it's the latest computer. Well, I mean, they're probably using that language. It's just, it's clear that they have to limit themselves to games on cartridge. They have to limit themselves to existing hardware. So it's clearly an Atari 8-bit. There's no other way that companies like Avant-Garde have enough software.
But even if they're 1982 games, even if for the sake of argument they're 1982 games, there's those games are still available in computer stores. If you have those computers, you have those games. If you don't have those computers, you're not necessarily going to be interested in those games. They're not the instant classics that NES games were. And I don't think the Play Choice 10 would have been as successful when those were contemporary games. If it hadn't, and I don't know this for a fact, but it just makes sense to me, if not for the chip shortage completely messing up the release schedule of NES games and the availability of NES games.
You're definitely correct there. And we're going to see that as soon as the Play Choice 10 does come out. mean, we've talked about it last couple episodes that the first Versus games are already hitting the shelves, hitting the arcades. And so it is going to be something that we'll be able to get into in more detail. I don't know. I guess there's a romantic in me that wants to believe that this could have been pulled off if you had the right software and if they weren't going with 1979 computer hardware. Because that's the killer here.
I just don't think the economic model makes sense because, I mean, what economic model finally kind of arises for pay-to-play of computer games? The internet cafe, the PC bong, where you're buying time when you're, on like an hourly basis and you're playing whatever you want within that set time period that you're being billed rather than let's put a quarter in so I can see another screen of BC's Quest for Tires,
Well, and that's the thing, that 25 cents for, let's say, 10 minutes in 1984 money. I mean, you have to quadruple it at least to get modern pricing. So we'd be talking an hour, a buck for 10 minutes. May have been a useful. It would be insane even for today's prices. I mean, internet cafes could never get away with charging that much. $6. Well, $6 an hour. I mean, I'm trying to remember what internet cafes cost. It's been so long. Back 20 years ago when they were a thing. You're right. I mean, it would have had to be in a model like that, and I'm sure that they were probably charging 25 cents for like a minute or something, which, that doesn't work. You'd have to have games designed for it.
Exactly. And that's why I think these kind of things were doomed to failure. And obviously, Nintendo had various levels of success with their various Versus system hardware and their PlayChoice 10 hardware, but I think that's the exception that proves the rule. I think there were a lot of unique factors that made it work in those cases that just can't be applied to the 8-bit computer games of the time.
Yeah, you're probably right. I just like to wax romantically about it.
Indeed. Well, now moving on to another thing that Carl waxes romantically about, which is lawsuits. Millstar continues suit against Bally.
Oh, yeah. So, Mac 3 laser game maker Millstar, a.k.a. formerly known as Gottlieb, filed suit against Bally, the largest coin-op distributor in the U.S., on April 4th. We reported in our March 1984 episode that Millstar had tried to force distributors to take the machines they had ordered after a rash of cancellations following the collapse of the laser game market. This is the first lawsuit Millstar, formerly known as Gottlieb, I forgot I put that in the notes, has launched. Bally's Midwest and Southwest branches ordered 1,692 Mach 3s between August 26th and November 7th of 1983, but have refused to take delivery of any machines offered to them after January 1st. This, according to Millstar's filing, leaves 343 machines ordered and not accepted. Bally stated that their contracts clearly state that the machines must be delivered within 30 days of the orders being placed. The problem seemed to have risen after many distributors started discounting the machines in their showrooms to just $3,000 each, despite Millstar keeping their price to distributors constant at $4,000. Millstar has severed its business ties with Bally, which sold nearly a third of all Mach 3 machines that made it to operators nationwide. Millstar president Boyd Brown said, quote, "Some laser games have gone into locations that shouldn't have had them. That triggered an emotional reaction against the very word laser. Mach 3 continues to be good entertainment value and is still earning well." End quote.
Yeah, so I think I've brought this up before when we've talked about Mach 3 on here, but I've interviewed Howie Rubin, who was the head of the video game division of Millstar at this time. And yeah, Millstar just done screwed up, because Mach 3 sold so well at first, and it truly did, that they decided to keep making them, and then the sales fell off a cliff. And that is the problem that we see here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the game is... The Laserdisc thing has fallen apart, and the big issue that they had with the late deliveries of these machines, it was partially, okay, you're late and the boom is already over, but also they just couldn't get enough Laserdisc players. And so everybody was caught in that. And the fact that they're just pushing forward and being like, you have to pay us, is partially because they did order 343 of these extremely expensive Laserdisc players that they have no use for right now.
Oh, yeah. The Rat Slime Company, as many of its employees at this time call it, because Millstar spelled backwards is Rat Slime. The Rat Slime Company is in deep financial doo-doo at this point because, of course, it's the former Gottlieb, as you said, and they were late to video. They kept into pinball, and pinball just basically stopped entirely during the video game boom. Obviously, it's coming back now after the boom, but so their pinball sales had died, and they got in video just in time to have one big hit in Qbert and then follow the rest of the industry down the tubes as well. So Millstar's timing has been terrible. They are in desperate financial straits, and yeah, they can't afford. I mean, this just shows how desperate they are, because, I mean, you're not normally going to go after a giant like Bally in this way.
Especially a giant that controls distribution and operations on the scale Bally controls, as we've talked about. And they sold a third of their machines.
Yeah.
That's just suicide.
Yeah,
I mean,
you don't go after your biggest customer unless the only choices are going after your biggest customer or going bust.
Exactly. But hey, they're not giving up yet.
No, that's right. This isn't the only Laserdisc game in the pipeline, as Millstar brings people to FMV.
Claiming to be the first Laserdisc game using footage of real people, Millstar's Us vs. Them, a conversion game for their Mach 3 arcade cabinets, mixes real-world footage, actors, pre-rendered CGI, and sprite graphics to tell a story of alien invasions.
Sillywood. Sillywood, a decade too early.
And with similarly horrible results.
Indeed.
Have you ever seen Us versus Them?
No. I mean, I've seen screenshots. Maybe I've seen a minute of footage here or there, but I've never looked at a Let's Play or something of it.
I did. And oh my Lord. And the worst part is, okay, you know, the military guys in a dark room with what looks like a console in front of them, giving commands is one thing. But the premise apparently is it's a ship and you're flying around killing aliens. I didn't follow it closely enough. And there's huge chunks of the game where it's literally the video footage is somebody on a snowmobile going through a forest and the trees going by, and the ship must be 5 inches large going by these trees. And you're like, what is going on here? They're clearly just bought whatever random footage they could find and threw it in here, as long as it was first moving forward or something. It's terrible.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
It reminded me of that scene in Ed Wood. He's like, I'd like to make a whole movie just out of stock footage.
Right.
So it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I will say about Millstar is it feels like they were trying harder than some of the other companies to figure out what where you could go with Laserdisc games in the future, like what you could do with it that wasn't just, the Dragon's Lair Space Ace, wiggle the joystick to the left, wiggle the joystick to the right. But, the participation trophy only gets you so far. Just because they were trying to figure it out doesn't mean that they were succeeding.
Yeah. But, I mean, the one thing that this does show was the promise of Laserdisc of, oh, you're done with this game? Here's a brand new disc. You pop it in, change out one little board with the ROM chips, and now you have a whole new game.
Yeah.
The cheap conversion kit that Laserdisc was promising. This and Space Ace are basically the two examples that we've seen so far of people actually trying to realize that dream of the quick and easy Laserdisc conversion.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, nobody cares.
Yes, indeed. Now turning our attention to the location scene as Universal moves into restaurant arcade biz.
Universal, makers of the Mr. Do arcade games, has announced the opening of the first of two Jet Set locations. Jet Set is a restaurant arcade hybrid. The first location has already opened in, and I'm going to kill the name, Ichinomiya City in Aichi Province in Japan, while a second location is planned for Nevada in the USA in September.
These kind of concepts are, so complicated that I'm sure that they started with this concept like at least 18 months ago when the Chuck E. Cheeses of the world and all of their competitors were really spreading like wildfire. That was a good time to be in the restaurant arcade biz. Now, maybe not quite so much.
Yeah, and also, I think they're also thinking that Mr. Do is going to continue to be, like, the biggest thing around as a mascot character, and, yeah, Mr. Do's Wild Ride. All I have to say is that. The original Mr. Do, great. Mr. Do's Castle still goes. Wild Ride is pretty much, I think that's the end of the Mr. Do series, at least as far as North America is concerned, for a good long while, so yeah.
Indeed. But there's perhaps a more interesting location idea coming along as well as a Photon zaps onto the scene.
Photon, the first commercial laser tag arena, has opened in Dallas, Texas. The brainchild of George Carter III, the 100-square-foot arena teams of players don 18 pounds of gear, including stereo-equipped helmets, power packs, and phaser guns. Two teams of up to 10 players then go after one another in a strobe light and fog-filled battle arena. An initial entry fee of $3.50 and additional $3 per game gets you fun and your own Photon passport with your photo on it. A first subsidiary is planned for Toronto in December, with Carter hoping to franchise in 30 cities by the end of 1985. A cartoon and toy line are also in the works. Quote, "The demise of the video game is leaving a void. We're here to fill it. You can play hundreds of times and you don't get bored for the same reason you don't get bored with basketball." End quote.
Yeah, this is, I don't know if this works out specifically for George Carter III, because I haven't followed his story, but this is going to work out a little bit.
Yeah, it's not going to work out all that well.
Well, yeah, for him, but just in general, this is a concept that's going to have some legs. So much so that no less an esteemed figure than Saul Goodman will consider it a great way to launder drug money a couple of decades later.
So I did a little bit of research into this. And there's legal shenanigans, which we will no doubt get into. Yes. But what's going to happen is there's going to be two competing home versions of laser tag and Photon. by two different companies. They're laser tag is going to become the more popular one. We know that because it gets an 8-bit home computer adaptation. And Photon, basically by end of 1985, is on the verge of bankruptcy. As far as I can tell, and again, it's a story I plan on covering as far as we can here on the show over the next couple of years. His big problem is going to be the fact that the arenas are too expensive, it's too big of a concept, and only having laser tag in the business is not going to be enough to keep bringing people back in. It won't be basketball. You will get bored of it. And laser tag is going to survive, but primarily then as a subset of something else, like it was at Seattle Funplex. It was one activity next to the baseball batting cage, next to the mini golf, next to the bumper cars, next to the video games, and so forth.
Yeah, though as it does become a pretty successful concept, not his version personally over time. I mean, I think again, I haven't researched this, but I think it probably peaked in the early 2000s. I feel like there were a lot of laser tag arenas around, and I know I had a young cousin at the time who was so into laser tag, when he was like elementary school aged.
And I'm sure. I mean, if you're in the right location, have access to enough kids and so forth.
Yeah.
But his is really going to get hurt simply by the fact that it's apparently interest just dies. And again, I haven't done a deep dive on it yet. It's something I'd love to do at some point. But yeah, his Photon just doesn't seem to be a concept that works.
Yeah, well, I think a couple things go on. I mean, first, obviously, it gets cheaper over time, right? I mean, the equipment miniaturizes, and the equipment gets cheaper to maintain. The other thing is, I think once you have more sophisticated computer systems and online systems, so that you can get more of a competition element out of it, where it's keeping track of all of your scores, and you can save those over time, and probably some of that competitive aspect helped it as well. I don't know if the popularity of paintball may have also helped, because, younger kids would see their, older siblings maybe playing paintball, which they couldn't do, and laser tag was their way of being able to do that. But I don't know. This is just me throwing a lot of stuff at the wall, because I just know that, when I was a kid in the 90s, and that goes from being, an elementary school kid in the early 90s all the way up to a high school kid in the late 90s. Like, laser tag was not something that was on my radar at all until, like, suddenly around, like, 1998 or 1999, somewhere around there, it was, like, everywhere all of a sudden, and was for maybe about a decade before it kind of faded into the background again. So, don't know exactly why, but that's my lived experience.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, it popped up first. Like I said, first time I really heard about it was a little ad in a catalog, a gaming catalog that was included in the issue of Micromania, and it was laser tag. I was like, oh, that sounds interesting, and I had vaguely heard of something like laser tag in the past. And then I remember the ads for the World of Wonder laser tag setup.
Right. Those I remember. Some of my friends had some of the like home laser tag gear, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, never did any of the arena stuff, going to a place to do it.
Well, and this is the thing that I think that the home gear probably also became a competitor to it. It's got to have been.
Probably.
But, and this is where I'd have to check the years when it all came out. It would be an interesting thing to do a whole, a whole episode on, if we can find somebody who's really, really deep in the weeds on it. Just because it really is. I mean, when he said that, the arcades are dead, we need something new, something that still gives that, that excitement of the arcade, it just seemed like a very good argument at the time. Mm-hmm. Obviously, of course, it doesn't hold up over time, but, hey, what does?
Absolutely. And speaking of things not holding up, Stern Electronics files for Chapter 11.
Gary Stern, president of Stern Electronics, announced that the company would file for Chapter 11 restructuring. The purpose of the filing is to help wipe out old debts from the company's coin-op business while it is refocusing on other areas of electronics and manufacturing, including new products in AC equipment.
Yeah, I mean, Stern's another company that just got beaten every which way by the market because, I mean, they were founded as a pinball company. They did pivot to video games much earlier than Gottlieb/Millstar did. So they pivoted fast enough to ride the wave a little bit, but their internal production, they were basically just a one-hit wonder. Berserk, you could argue that the Frenzy kit that came out for it afterwards, also did kind of decent business, but they were really mostly a one-hit wonder with their own games. They were really reliant on their relationship with Konami for all their other hits. And, Konami went elsewhere. Went Century, Centauri, however people pronounce it. And they never really had, much of a robust internal development, and they didn't have their good source for Japanese stuff. And so obviously the entire industry is collapsing, even companies in a better position than Stern. But I think that, the loss of that Konami license plus, just the general downturn they were never going to recover from that.
Yeah. I mean, it's they always seem to be trying to figure out what they wanted to do without really knowing it. Now, obviously, this is Chapter 11. It's just restructuring. We'll follow and find out how the Chapter 11 continues.
Indeed. In the meantime, though, we're going to close down some more entities in the business as Twin Galaxies shuts down.
March 6 saw the closing of Twin Galaxies in Ottumwa. Proprietor Walter Day spent 3 years trying to make the arcade profitable and turning his international scoreboard into a self-sustaining venture. But sadly, it was all for naught. His several events, including a bus tour with some of his best video game athletes, were poorly conceived and ultimately led nowhere. Day and top video game athlete Billy Mitchell told Playmeter magazine that the failure of the scoreboard is largely due to a lack of manufacturer support.
Okay, Walter. Yeah, I don't want to comment too much on Twin Galaxies because they are, ooh boy. Let's just say I'll probably never appear on a Walter Day trading card.
Yeah, let me put it this way. The article in Playmeter does go on to recount some of the horrors that the other athletes had to endure in this tour that Day had organized, which, apparently included, no proper accommodations, no proper food, and a very hostile run-in with representatives from a foreign country that apparently there was a misunderstanding about the purpose of them meeting and stuff. It's just a litany of things that went wrong. And, it's, the Twin Galaxies itself closes down after the operators that had put the machines into the location just pull them out because it's not generating enough revenue. And that's the end of the OG Twin Galaxies.
Indeed. And now from the deaths of companies to the deaths of people as industry giants pass.
C.A. Robinson head Ira Bettleman and former AMOA president John Trucano have both passed. Bettleman grew his distributorship to become one of, if not the most important independent distributorship in the coin-op space in a career spanning 4 decades, while Trucano was a second-generation coin man who helped expand the AMOA's educational offerings.
Indeed, yes. C.A. Robinson, obviously founded by a guy named C.A. Robinson, I think all the way back in the 20s. Bettleman started out working for him and then took it over and then became a family company after that. I think his son was Al Bettleman, who then, takes over after him. I may have the first name wrong. Our Department of Corrections will tell us. Was really the big tastemaker on the West Coast. It's an LA firm. And so is kind of the West Coast distributor in the business for many decades.
Yeah, and anytime I look in the trades, there's always a Bettleman reference. I mean, he's the go-to guy for opinions on it, what's moving, what's not moving, and et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely. And that ends our look at the console business, and that wraps up our look at the coin-op business, full of literal death and destruction. Moving briefly to console business about companies not named Atari, it appears the Family Computer goes light gun.
Nintendo's Family Computer game console is doing gangbusters in Japan and has now even gotten a light gun adapter. The gun looks like an old-school Wild West revolver and comes with Wild Gunman, a fun action game. Just point the gun at the screen and take out the baddies.
I mean, it was inevitable that there would be a light gun for the Family Computer at some point. They had their beam gun toys in the home. They had their laser clay shooting ranges. They had their original Wild Gunman game, not this Wild Gunman. There was the projection screen game in the 70s. Always had a close history with light guns. Even built the light guns for the Magnavox Odyssey, the original home video game console. So only a matter of time before they got themselves a light gun for their Family Computer.
Exactly. And, this is not being reported in the West. I took this from AM Life, a Japanese video game magazine. So I'm slowly trying to incorporate those more and more as the translation options get better. But I'm still limited to, if I recognize a cool picture, then I can search the articles. So when I saw the pictures of Wild Gunman and the gun itself, I was like, oh, gotta definitely do this. A complete redesign of the gun will happen, obviously, when it comes to the US as the NES, and the Zapper will not look like an actual gun anymore. But yes, the mechanism will continue to be the same.
Absolutely. Turning our attention then to computer news. And a big one here for our UK friends as the CPC goes on sale.
The first Amstrad CPCs have gone on sale in the UK. According to retail chain Rumbelows, I think I'm pronouncing that right, sales were split half and half between machines sold with a green monochrome screen at £230 and those sold with a color monitor at $330. Amstrad claims that they already have orders for the 200,000 units of the Korean-built machine. That includes a built-in tape drive that they planned on selling in 1984, and their 1985 budgets call for 600,000 units.
Yeah, this is a turning point. I mean, I think for most people it's fair to say that their CPC is not as beloved as their Speccy or their C64. But we've got the British entrepreneur that actually knows how to sell relatively cheap electronics that work well, honing in on the business that until then locally has been run by the guy that's very good at selling low-cost electronics that always just are a little bit dodgier. Obviously, Lord Sugar's product here is a little more expensive than a Speccy, but it's also going to be a package that works well together and that has a certain level of quality attached to it. And that's that's really not a good sign for Sinclair that Amstrad is getting into this business.
Yeah, no, this is a huge deal because this is the first time that there's a real player in it that is not exclusively a computer maker.
Mm-hmm.
And that changes the game because one of the big problems that Sinclair has had, and we've talked about it, is delivery. I mean, the QL still hasn't shipped all of its back orders. And the QL was supposed to be the UK's answer to the business PC, but the CPC does everything that the QL was supposed to do. It has, your full keyboard. It's not, the chiclets. It's got everything built in, so you just set it down, turn it on, and it goes. It comes with the monitor. That's the big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And those monochrome screens, even though they can show graphic modes as well, I mean, they're selling it as, you want to do business? Hey, for £230, you're in. Everything taken care of. That's a pretty big number. And one of the things that he's definitely doing, that Sugar's doing that Sinclair didn't do, and I actually have part of this story from a book I'm reading right now called Cinco Duros. It's based off of a Spanish podcast about the history of the Spanish computer game industry. And very, very good book. Oh my God, the book. Oh, I'd love to have a book like this for every country. It's all interviews, great materials, beautifully presented. Highly recommended. If you speak Spanish, buy a copy of Cinco Duros.
Well, and let's be honest here. I mean, machine translation ain't perfect yet, but even if you can't speak Spanish, you can probably get enough out of it by running it through machine translation.
That's true too. But I actually have the hard copy, a hardcover. It's just a gorgeous book. And the deal is that going into the launch of this machine, Amstrad set up a whole mess of software. So basically it's coming out with every possible package you could want, your spreadsheet program, your text, all of that is ready to go, plus a bunch of games. And there's a great anecdote in there about a Spanish businessman who was already making software for the Speccy, who desperately wanted to get into hardware distribution, but couldn't get a license to sell the Spectrum in Spain. And so he gets these hotshot programmers to make a couple of games for the CPC launch, goes and presents them to Sugar and says, I will give you these games for free as long as you give me the license to sell the CPC in Spain. And the CPC does have a very strong presence in Spain after this. And it's going to have but it's going to have a much larger presence in France. In France, it's going to hit big. In Germany, it's going to hit big under under a local company's name, Schneider. So it's going to be a big factor. It's never going to eclipse the Speccy in England, but then again, the Speccy outside of Spain and Portugal and England isn't really going to be a factor anywhere. So,
indeed, though not for some lack of trying, as Sinclair looks overseas.
I didn't even set that one up. I forgot what the next headline was. Okay. Sinclair has plans to open its first subsidiaries in continental Europe, with one in Frankfurt in June and one in Paris in the fall. Sinclair currently controls 43% of the home computer market in the UK, with the Speccy sitting at a 36% market share.
Yeah, but I mean, this really does go hand in hand, which is why I'm sure you put them next to each other with CPC having a much better pan-European presence, just because CPC is just so much better at this kind of thing. The management team is better at putting out and reliably distributing a quality product. And these are challenges that Sinclair has always had. And it wasn't as big a problem in the UK because they got started and built brand loyalty there in the very early days. And so people were willing to overlook a lot because they had a cheap and relatively versatile computer early on in the market. But it hits a very different market now. And these other countries, they're going to look at the older Speccy and the newer QL, and there isn't going to be that built-in brand loyalty. There isn't going to be that predisposition to wanting this brand to succeed in these other countries. And I think this is going to be a long road for Uncle Clive.
It's going to be a very short road. Let's be very honest.
Well, there's that
here.
too. That's true, because there's about to not be a Sinclair anymore. But, you know.
Yeah, I mean, trying to establish these sales forces in these other countries, these presences, 2 years after the Speccy came out. I mean, my feeling is it's really more about trying to sell the QL in those countries rather than the Speccy.
I would agree.
But, you know, it's too little too late. I mean, he could have made real inroads in 82. You know,
yeah,
but
perhaps. Yeah.
that window simply has been missed. Like I said, in Cinco Duros, the Speccy is being sold in Spain, but it's not through Sinclair themselves. It's through a third-party distributor.
Which was an incredibly missed opportunity, because that was, I believe, Spain was, after Britain, the most popular Speccy country, wasn't it?
Yes, yes. I mean, they took to it simply because Spain had just come out of the dictatorship a few years earlier. It's one of the poorest countries on a per capita basis. And so that cheap machine really, really, really finds a market there. More so than a machine like, for example, the C64, which is big there, but it never has the same impact.
Absolutely. But yeah, no, I agree with you that they're probably doing this more to sell the QL than anything, because I do think that Uncle Clive does see the QL as Sinclair's real coming out as a serious computer company. But we've already talked about how that's going so far, and we are going to continue talking about how that's going next, as there is definitely some QL confusion.
Nigel Searle, managing director of Sinclair, announced that the 4 application programs made by Scion for the Sinclair QL, also the only software packages released for the system, will soon be available in one package as a plug-in ROM pack, as opposed to the current microdrives. This caught Scion off guard, as they are not aware of any such plan and is preparing 2.0 versions of its programs to help solve some of their weaknesses.
Microdrives, the gift that keeps on giving to the time machine.
Oh, yeah. Well, not only that, it's just the whole fact that the microdrives are terrible. The software, we've talked about this in past episodes, is being reviewed in these weekly publications in the UK, and it's coming up very, very wanting. And obviously, Scion, you know, it's the first generation of software for a new machine. Obviously, there's going to be improvements, but the fact that nobody else is supporting it means, you know, they're going to come out with a version 2.0, but the idea that, wait, now we're not going to sell each program individually anymore, and it's going to be on one ROM cart, which for the QL, for everybody to remember, the QL is a keyboard computer that's trying to be a business machine. It only has the one port in the back. So if you got one of the very first QLs, that ROM port is already being occupied by the thing that actually, by the RAM/ROM extension that makes the whole machine work. Mm-hmm. And if you do plug this in, forget any additional extra drives or anything. The only thing you can plug in are more micro drives. So that ROM port, you only have one of them. Once this thing is in there, RAM expansions, everything else falls out. It's nightmarish.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one little side note, since we are talking about QL software, Quest Automation, a software house out of Hampshire, has announced that they will be porting CPM 68000 to the QL. Now, some changes will have to be made for the processor before the library of CP/M software can run on the Sinclair business machine, but the company says, quote, "We feel that this will provide the key for using the QL for business purposes," end quote.
Yes. Buy CP/M for your QL, the business operating system of 1980, available for you today.
Yeah. Well, and the worst part is the QL is, they keep talking about it being a 68,000 machine,
right?
But it's not.
No.
No. It's using basically an 8-bit version of the 68,000 processor, which means that if you can code 68,000, you still can't code this thing. And the CP/M version that they have to port now is going to be an extremely limited version, which means all the CP/M software will also be a limited version because this thing doesn't have enough memory to do anything else. It's...
I see no problems, Carl. I see no problems.
No problems whatsoever. And of course, all this awesome QL stuff is going to finance that wonderful vehicle Sinclair has been working on.
I can't wait. I just can't wait.
Oh, it's so much fun.
But while everything is chaos for one of Britain's major computer companies, there is a bit of good news for another one that's had some tough luck recently, as Acorn and BBC extend deal.
The UK's public broadcaster, the BBC, has signed a 4-year extension with Acorn Computers for the right to call their machine the BBC Micro. This puts an end to months of speculation about whether or not the agreement would be extended. And I think I mentioned this once briefly a few months back, but yes, this has been sort of a headline issue for months now about these negotiations, because Acorn desperately needs those sales to the public schools. With the Acorn Atom and the what was the other one that they had? The Atom, and before the Atom, it was the... I'll think of it when I don't need it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So they desperately need the Micro to continue selling. And without the BBC logo on there, that would have been tough.
No, absolutely. But there is also some foreign competition coming to the market, as Sanyo and Canon to launch MSX in Europe.
Japanese electronics makers Sanyo and Canon have each announced plans to launch MSX machines in Europe in the fall. Numbers and models were not decided yet, but Sanyo expects the machines to be in high demand come the holiday season. So, yeah, MSX, which is making quite an impression in Japan, is coming. I mean, the Japanese are coming. Jack knew it.
Yep.
And, why not have another Z80 home computer on the market? Why not?
Indeed. And,
it's not going to go anywhere. Spoiler alert. It's going to have a small penetration, but sure, it's not going to be a huge deal.
And speaking of computers going nowhere, Commodore unveils C16.
Oh, ain't that the truth? Commodore continues to baffle the industry with new, incompatible systems. While Apple continues to expand its Apple II line, IBM PC compatibles flourish, and even Coleco's Atom is backward compatible with the ColecoVision, Commodore showed off both the Commodore Plus 4 and the Commodore 16 at CES. The 16K Commodore 16 will be a sub-$100 computer to replace the VIC-20, but won't be compatible with the VIC-20 or the C64. The Computer Entertainer newsletter is frankly baffled by this move and can't imagine why anyone would want to make software for it.
Yeah, it's just, I know Jack's gone, but, these projects that are trickling out are things that were still started when Jack was there. It's the Jack philosophy, which doesn't make sense in the computer world, which is that company has a computer that does this. Give me something that does basically the same thing except does it cheaper. And he's not he's not a computer visionary. He's not worried about building a brand. He's not worried about building a line like Apple is doing or like IBM is doing. He's just like, I see my competitor do this thing. I want to undercut him doing the same thing. And that philosophy worked okay in the early days when there was lots of competition, and so no standards had emerged. But the competition's falling away now, and people are going to line up behind standards as the computer industry grows. And so to not have a unified line is just a disastrous thing. And I mean, if Commodore had been run by someone who understood computers better, they were so well positioned once the 64 dominated the market to use that as some kind of basis to build more of a line. And they just did not do it.
No, they not at all. I mean, all they're going to do with this is dilute the market. And you're right. These were things that were in the pipeline. The Commodore 16 is clearly there to, I guess, prevent any super cheap MSX computers from coming onto the market. The Plus 4 was supposed to be an attack on the Coleco Atom, very clearly.
Yep.
And, well, the moment you see that the Atom has collapsed, you just kill this project.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. I mean, the moment you see that the MSX machines are so inferior to the C64 and are going to cost about the same, you kill it.
Yeah.
You don't need to do this. But the problem is that they either are just rolling forward with, well, we were already doing it, let's just keep going, or they don't understand, they're not looking at the rest of the market clearly enough to understand this.
I think it's a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B. I mean, there really aren't any creative engineers left at Commodore. I'm sure there are one or two. I don't want to insult anyone, but there really weren't any creative engineers left at Commodore because Jack chased most of them away. And, probably what few were left followed him to Atari. I mean, his product engineers, most of the really great innovations at Commodore came out of the MOS Technology Group. Not all of them, but they were mostly coming out of there rather than out of Commodore's own engineering group, which had cut its teeth in the calculator business and which was molded by Jack, as I said, to be a reactionary group rather than a visionary group. And so most of the interesting stuff that happened came out of the MOS Technology Group, but all of those people were chased away by Jack's way of doing business. And so, no, I mean, and, he was replaced by, Marshall Smith, a steel industry executive.
Yeah.
An industry that's just doing great as a visionary industry in America in the 1980s. So, no, I mean, I don't think the executives have any kind of vision on what the future of the industry should look like and are just in an inertia mode. But I don't think the engineers do either at this point, because I think the company has just been so gutted of its talent that they don't know what to do other than continue to follow Jack's plan.
Yeah, that's true. And there's one of the engineers who is still there at this point. He actually does a bunch of YouTube stuff. The name is eluding me right now. I'll try to put a link to it.
Is it Bill Hurd?
Yeah, it's Bill Hurd.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he is the one who designs the Commodore 128, which will come out in 85.
Right.
And the way he says is, I designed it because nobody told me not to. And it's basically just a C64 with the Z80 processor add-on, which was already existed, and a RAM expansion. And I mean, it's great. It would have been exactly what you were talking about, that extension of the C64 line, if it had taken the C64 aspect of it and expanded it. If you were able to then say, hey, now we're going to make the next year's C64 is actually a C64 with 128K of RAM in C64 mode.
Right.
But the moment you have to switch to the other mode, now you just broke all compatibility, backwards compatibility. You can't say, well, now we're just going to have a C64 game that has extra features when you move to 128, which is what's happening right now, as we talked about last month, with Apple II software, where you're starting to get this, this version of Wizardry will still work on your old Apple II, but if you have the new Apple II, it'll have these extra features.
Exactly.
That's what's missing.
Yeah. It's an antiquated way of looking at the market. I mean, that's the way the market was moving for a while. I mean, Apple was always pretty consistent that they were extending the Apple II rather than going to other things. I mean, they're doing the Lisa and the Mac, but they see those as capturing other aspects of the market and not being in the same market as the Apple II. But other than Apple, I mean, that had been the norm. Radio Shack created the color computer, breaking from its TRS-80 line. And Commodore had done the VIC-20 and then the C64, which were not compatible with each other. And, that had been kind of the idea in the market, but that has changed. I mean, even though IBM is in the business market and not the home market, other than its disaster with the PC Junior, which ironically was not heeding the lesson that I'm just talking about here. Once IBM entered the market, and its competitors into the market, it's clear that compatible lines are the way that the market needs to go in the future, and not continual fragmentation by being like, oh, I'll build a specialized computer that scratches this itch and a specialized computer that takes care of this niche. It's like, no, it's going to be all about the compatible lines going forward. And Commodore did not get the memo. Obviously, they'll turn the Amiga into a line at the end of the day, but that's technically not even Commodore. I mean, that's a completely different company. And of course, yes, they mishandled the way they turned that into a line too. But that's another story.
Yeah, I mean, they totally screwed that pooch. But that's a whole different bag. But yeah, you're right. And now looking back at it today, it's so clear that the paradigm has shifted. But, I think they're just, like you said, all the good engineers, the creative ones have left. Management has no foresight. Anybody who could have made an intelligent call here, as we've talked about, has left over the last couple months, since January. The people who are making these calls to launch the product have no clue. And looking back at my interview with the CTO of the company, at this point in time, he's in the process, or he has just completed his report on the waste inside the company. They've got massive pileup of components for the VIC-20, for example, and even for the PET, sitting in overseas factories that they didn't even know they had. They had wasted tons of money and time on all this stuff. Nothing was really well organized. And by the time they figure this all out, they're just like, okay, what do we do now? And so internally, Commodore is in complete chaos, but the shareholders still expect new product to launch. So
absolutely. And the most important shareholder of all, of course, is one of them, Irving Gould, because at this point, now that Jack's forced out, I mean, this was already mostly the way it was, but you still had Jack as a little bit of a counterbalance. But with Jack on, the entire purpose of Commodore is to have a stock price that stays high enough to maintain Irving Gould's jet-setting lifestyle. That is the entire... It is not a computer company. It is a maintain Irving Gould's lifestyle company. Plain and simple.
Very true. Very, very true, disturbingly enough.
Indeed. Moving on then, it appears that Korea joins the chip wars.
For the last few years, the U.S. has been accusing Japan of dumping strategies in a variety of industries, among them computer memory chips. The battle over large-scale integrations, or LSI chips, is about to get hotter as Korean juggernaut Samsung has recently completed an LSI mass production plant. The new plant on the outskirts of Seoul will start to produce 64K DRAM chips in October at a reported rate of 6 million per month. Japan's largest producers are making 8 to 9 million such chips a month, but Samsung's capacity will still be formidable. Samsung expects to begin production of 256K DRAM chips by October 1985.
Japan was all like, we can take over the chip business by using massive government investment, syndicates, and Japanese high and East Asian high-tech efficiency in our plants. And Korea's all like, hold my beer.
Exactly. The interesting thing is, I couldn't find a reference to this in U.S. media, but this is showing up in the Japan Economic Journal. And also, and they're actually talking about it from the point of view of, well, we don't really see them as a threat over the next couple of years, but maybe, by the end of the 80s or something. Obviously, Samsung is going to accelerate this process dramatically.
Yeah, and no, that makes sense because, America right now is too busy sweating about the Japanese to pay attention to any other economies that are rising in East Asia at the time. But boy, are there some economies rising. They called them, the four little dragons.
Yeah.
Was Japan one of them? I can't remember. I know it's Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea, Hong Kong, and Taiwan.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
the four little dragons? Yeah. They call them the four little dragons, and they are all taking the big steps in this period of time. But the U.S. is so terrified of Japan, they're kind of missing this. But the Japanese, they're closer to what's going on, and yeah, they are much more worried, and they should be worried because Korea, though the Koreans would never admit it, because the hatred of Koreans of the Japanese is real, but they are going to borrow a lot of the Japanese playbook in electronics and end up beating the Japanese at their own game.
Oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, this is an interesting moment. I've found this really, really late in my research. I had to change some parameters in my searches to be able to find this one. But I'm glad that I did because, yeah, we now have a new player who over the next 20 years is going to basically dwarf virtually every other player in this field.
There's a reason that Sony today is basically just a video game company, when just 20 years ago they were like the largest consumer electronics company in the world. And that reason is Korea, especially Samsung, but just generally Korea.
Yeah. Gotta love it.
Indeed. Moving back to the UK market, though, and some software news, Mastertronic joins with Galactic.
UK budget software newcomers Mastertronic, which claims to have sold over 300,000 units of their ultra-budget games since hitting the market on April 2nd, has announced a joint venture with software company Galactic called A1 Products. A1 Products will be focused on releasing budget business and educational software. And yeah, I mean, and this one was interesting. Now, I couldn't actually find anything business or educational wise that had the A1 Products listing on it. But the idea that Mastertronic is now focusing on that area for the home computer market plays into a lot of the stuff we've been talking about recently about how, okay, we've sold all these home computers, but what do you do with them other than play games? And if you really could release budget software, or at least lower price software that gives productivity, that would be a game changer for, what do I do with the machine at home? And Hessware in the US is doing something similar with their ports of the Microsoft spreadsheet program to the C64 and whatnot. Obviously not at the extreme low budget prices that Mastertronic is pulling off in the UK, but still. The general idea was an interesting development. I don't have any evidence that it actually went anywhere, but the fact that they're thinking about it and threatening it must have really shook up a lot of players. I can't imagine if you're working on a spreadsheet program for let's say the Speccy or even the Amstrad CPC that you're planning on selling, let's say for 30 or 40 pounds, that this would not have, made you second guess your actions.
Absolutely. And this is not the only move the Mastertronic is making at this juncture, as Mastertronic saves Carnell Software.
British game publisher Carnell Software, which had gone into liquidation last month, has been saved by Mastertronic. The full-price games Carnell was selling, Wrath of Magra and Black Crystal, will continue to be sold by a new company Mastertronic set up called Innovision, and game developers Stuart Galloway, Roy Carnell, and Stephen Kirk will continue to develop for Mastertronic, but make full-price games.
Yeah, their budget software has been so successful that they're expanding in every direction they think they can and trying to move up into the full price market a little bit as well, even if the budget is still their sweet spot.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, these three don't make too many more games on the market, and Mastertronic is going to wait quite a while before they really go upscale. Their first big full price game is going to be Rockstar Ate My Hamster,
yes.
Which comes out much later in the 80s. But still, I mean, these guys just popped onto the market, but you can tell there's just energy behind them, and the way that they're being covered in these weekly magazines, you can tell that there's an energy about it. It must have been absolutely scary as hell for people in the industry who are suffering because the market is starting to collapse for software. There's so much piracy and everything else. And now suddenly there's these guys with the spinner racks.
Mm-hmm.
They must have been freaking out.
Oh, absolutely. Turning then to a bit of peripheral news, as OKMate brings color to the Commodore. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Yeah, for me, I always thought it was OKMate, but who knows? Dot matrix printer maker OKMate showed off the OKMate 10 at CES. This compact printer uses a 3-color ribbon system to produce color graphics for both the Commodore 64 and Atari computers. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is OKMate 10 was my printer as a kid.
Oh, there we go. There it is. There it is.
This
Very
was the
nice.
printer I had. I can say with a certain amount of disappointment, those color graphics printing thing, oh my God, that almost never worked. I almost never got anything printed properly with that, just because it had to keep going back and forth between the sections of the printer ribbon, and it was a pain in the ass. But yeah, for black and white, perfect. Printed out a bunch of, used to print out my newsroom stuff with that and whatnot. So yeah, OKMate 10. It's a great little printer, and just had to include that since it showed up here at CES.
Absolutely. Shout out to Carl's Nostalgia. It's his podcast. He's allowed. Finally, we will end our computer news with a Pitfall Harry is yours to command.
Activision has released a fun pamphlet for C64 owners that includes program code to allow users to display Pitfall Harry on their screens in a running loop. The code is easily alterable to change colors, shapes, behavior patterns, etc. A great little help for budding programmers. And I've included a link to a scan of this that's up on archive.org. It is a cool little thing, but what it also shows is, number one, they're only releasing this pamphlet for the C64, showing you kind of the position in the market. And number two, the sprite capabilities of the C64 in BASIC are unique. Being able to just put this on the screen without having to do any alterations. I don't even know if the Atari 8-bits could do that from the BASIC screen. I think you'd still have to leave the BASIC screen to do that. Here, you basically keep writing your code while Pitfall Harry's running across the screen over your code without altering the code. The VIC-2 chip was an amazing thing.
Indeed. Now turning our attention to just a little bit of online news as War Games gets real.
The FBI seized computer equipment from two teenagers, Robert Grumble and Ellen Strickland, who managed to hack into NASA computer systems via dial-up modems. The New York Times compared the scenario various times to the movie War Games.
A very interesting little anecdote there. And of course, it's just also a testament to how the movie War Games really did shift the popular perception of the hacker. Now, whenever anyone thinks about a teenager messing around with computers, what they're thinking of is this kind of thing where teenagers are just getting into trouble by going out and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And it's really where the hacker gets kind of the negative connotation starting to get attached to it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this movie just exploded. I mean, I remember as a kid, it was everywhere. I didn't see it in theaters, but I did watch it on VHS maybe a year or so later. And yeah, I mean, it was a cultural phenomenon, this concept. And so it just, it's become a touchstone. Now, interestingly enough, Grumble is still in the computer security business to this day, as a company called 03 Security. And it's quite interesting in his bio on the website. He plays up this idea of, I was one of the first, what do they call it? White hat hackers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white hats, yeah.
Yeah, white hat hackers, That's not how it was seen at the time as a white hat hacker. No. But apparently the problem that they discovered with the NASA computer system was a problem used that was inherent in a standard software that was used by a bunch of federal agencies. And so, he says he helped them figure out where the problem was so it could be solved and so on and so forth.
Absolutely. And, continued on with that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, make a career out of it. Why not?
Absolutely. Now turning to a little bit of publishing news, and here's one that's near and dear to the topic of the time machine as the history of games revealed.
That's right. Daniel Cohen has released his book, Video Games, with the tagline, "Here it is. It's the amazing true story of how it all began. Here's the thrill, the excitement, and the fun of video games."
I'm sure a highly cogent and accurate look at the dawn of the industry.
Yes, and this kind of puts us in a timeline. While I was researching this episode, archive.org was down due to a denial of service attack, so I have not had a chance to see if they have a copy of this book. Are you familiar with it?
Trying to think if I know this one. This one doesn't seem familiar. I know Sullivan's book, and I know Bloom's book. I'm not sure that I know.
And this one is actually the reviews of this say that it's basically written for kids, and that would probably make it an interesting read. Okay, here I just pulled it up as we're recording. See, kids, the history never ends. They do have a full review, a full scan of it here on Archive. Yeah, it's your typical kids paperback of the 80s. And just doing a quick jump through here.
Yeah, I'm doing the same now.
Yeah, it looks like it would be... it's got chapters here on the brains behind the game. news. So I'm
Steve Russell, a graduate student at MIT.
Oh, come on. We on page 103.
Oh, wow. So it has Pitt's Galaxy game in here, though. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Among those who spend a lot of time. Oh, God. Among those who spend a lot of time playing Space War were a couple of other MIT students, Bill Pitts and Nolan Bushnell.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I love that he knows that Bill Pitts exists, but neither of them are MIT students. Oh my gosh, it's interesting that he knows the Galaxy game though.
Yeah, I mean, but whatever his access is, okay, he was a former managing editor of Science Digest.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to download a copy of this here because, I mean, this is for historiographic purposes. I'm always fascinated to see what's being said at any given time. I'm impressed that he knows what the Galaxy game is, but how could he think that Bushnell and Pitts were MIT students? I mean, the Russell thing, everyone makes that mistake, so I get on them for it, but it's like, okay, everyone's doing it, but... nobody was saying that ever about Bushnell. Good Lord.
This is probably just one of those things where it's like, throw it all together and something needed to get cut. But, yeah, I mean, for 1984, I mean, this is not the worst read.
Oh, he's got Fuzzy Pac-Man from National Pac-Man Day. Picture of the Fuzzy Pac-Man.
Yeah. But I mean, he's got the Pongs here. Wait.
Yeah. I'm downloading this sucker right now to add it to my archive.
Yeah. Wait, do we see Bushnell talking to? Okay, we've got Ralph Baer. Well, we got the Bear story somewhat.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know that was more common back in the day. I find it interesting. You know, when Lenny Herman interviewed Bear in the late '90s, early 2000s, whenever it was, he talked about how, you know, he'd been denied the spotlight. And actually, he's all over the place up until the crash. I do think once Nintendo took over, people kind of lost track of Ralph Baer. But like every book, every article, both newspaper articles and specialist press articles, like back in the late 70s and early 80s, included Baer. Like he wasn't as forgotten as we're sometimes led to believe. But I am impressed Bill Pitts is in there because that's an impressive one to have in 82, even if he got the details wrong, you know?
Yeah. Well, and this is why, I mean, at this point in time, there's probably enough people he can contact relatively easily to get this kind of information. And then, I mean, once these people leave the industry, they're no longer accessible in a pre-internet era.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's probably, I mean, and you're right. As soon as Nintendo comes along, nobody's thinking of Ralph Baer anymore because the lawsuits over the Odyssey are over with the exception of the Activision one.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time when those lawsuits are still going, everybody's pulling up a copy of the patent and seeing Baer's name.
Right.
As soon as you don't have to worry about that patent anymore, then it's just corporate names are left.
Indeed. So, yeah, very, very interesting as a historiographic tidbit. And, you know, there were a few of these books at the time, like I said, because there was also Stephen Bloom's Video Invaders that came out in 82. There was Sullivan's book that came out in the same time period. So, you know, there was some interest, but, the crash kind of killed a lot of that interest, and then Nintendo really reinvented the industry in its own image, and so a lot of the pre-1985 history, outside of like really big stories like Atari, kind of just languished at that point until, people started taking a more serious look at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s.
Definitely.
Indeed. And we do have one other book to look at here as well, however, that being the Book of Adventure Games.
Computer Entertainer reviews the Book of Adventure Games by Kim Shute, a 360-plus page collection of adventure and role-playing game walkthroughs from a variety of companies. The newsletter considers it to be, quote, an invaluable book for anyone who has ever become frustrated while playing an adventure game, end quote. It even includes a 30-page map of Time Zone.
Oh, Time Zone.
And I only know it's a 30-page map because I actually pulled up the scan of this book on Archive and checked how many pages the Time Zone map continues on.
So many locations, so much pointlessness.
Exactly. It's just insane. But yeah, and also we have to, I should clarify here, when they're talking adventures, we've got Ultima 1 and 2 in here. Mm-hmm. This idea of an adventure game is anything that's not a space shooter almost.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of definition between adventures and role-playing games, I think, yet amongst the general public, kind of all interchangeable. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not even the general public. I mean, even something like the Computer Entertainer newsletter doesn't make a difference there.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair.
Which is interesting.
I bet Computer Gaming World probably is. I'd have to actually go to the issues to be sure, but they were always the more hoity-toity elitist publication, so they would make that kind of distinction.
That's true.
Absolutely. All right.
PC master race people. Okay.
Indeed. Turning our attention then to some legal affairs, Activision sues Microdeal.
Anti-piracy actions are big news this month, with the likes of Konami, Taito, and Microdeal all getting piracy actions shut down. From coin-op PCBs to tape duplicators, the bad boys seem to be on the run. But UK computer software publisher Microdeal is both hunter and hunted, as Activision has filed suit against them over their upcoming game Cuthbert in the Jungle, according to Activision, blatant copy of Pitfall. Microdeal has agreed to pull the game just as it did with its Donkey Kong game last year when Nintendo came calling.
Interesting.
Yeah, Microdeal is this weird company. They've got this mascot Cuthbert, which is this, plump little kid with glasses. And as someone who's actually played Cuthbert in the Jungle, I think it gets a budget release later on under a completely different title. And obviously I played a pirated copy of it back in the day. It is the poor man's version of Pitfall. It's very poorly programmed, chunky, blocky graphics, but this is sort of this last dying ember of proper commercial releases in the UK that are blatant ripoffs of coin-op and games showing up elsewhere. It's that market is slowly dying, and the companies that are not coming up with original content, if you will. I mean, Ocean also had a Donkey Kong ripoff in its original lineup. But, that stuff's just not going to fly anymore.
Absolutely. And then our other legal issue here, tax cuts for computer purchases slashed.
The U.S. government is going to crack down on those abusing deductions for PC purchases. We talked last month about this impending legislation that has now been passed. From July on, computers purchased by individuals that are not used 100% for business or investment tracking purposes, aka used for games too, will no longer be 100% deductible. The amounts in question are still pretty hefty, counting into the thousands, but still very expensive high-end systems like decked-out PC clones with monitors, printers, and software will now have to be exclusively used for business purposes, and those seeking deductions will have to keep meticulous records of their computer use or face the wrath of the taxman. Yeah, this one is interesting because there's speculation, and we talked about this last month already, but there's speculation about what impact this may or may not have on the sales of these PC compatibles, which have been popular and have sold in large quantities, not just to businesses, but also to people buying them for their home so they can keep working on them from home.
Right.
And it's been speculated, or at least the New York Times has speculated on this through analyst quotes, that one of the reasons why the home computer market has had the crash that it did was that people who would have maybe bought a Commodore 64 or even an Apple II to be able to do bookkeeping at home because of this tax loophole just went out and basically for the same out-of-pocket price just bought a PC compatible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this is going to change it a little bit, but still not move the needle that much.
Absolutely. Turning our attention then, as we always do at the end, to a few miscellaneous tidbits. We'll start with 1984, the year of the VCR.
All indications point to VCRs, which now have come down so far in price that they are regularly retailing for under $400, are projected to become the big electronics item of 1984, with sales skyrocketing. VCR sales already more than doubled from 2 million in 1982 to 4.1 million in 1983, and 2.9 million have already sold in the first half of 1984 alone, an 84.4% increase over the same period the year before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a perfect storm coming together here because, of course, the VHS consortium has been around long enough that the synergies and the competition amongst all of these companies creating the same product has greatly lowered prices, so that while they're still expensive, they're not quite the luxury item that they used to be. Also, the movie industry is slowly coming to terms with the fact that VCRs are here to stay, and we're starting to get a few more offerings, and those offerings are not necessarily always being for $80 anymore. As when they started. So hardware is coming down in price. Software is becoming generally more available and is also starting to come down in price a little bit. And yeah, country's going wild for it.
Oh yeah, and this is definitely going to be a competitor for things like game consoles and home computers come Christmas time. Because $400, that's two C64s right there. And this will definitely have an impact on sales in 84. Once everybody's got a VCR at home and they've got a TV, well, maybe by 86 there'll be room under the Christmas tree for another big ticket item like an NES. You never know.
I never know. But I don't know, Carl, because those, I'm not sure about those there video game systems anymore, because I hear that video game palsy is the new scare.
A California doctor has reported that a 28-year-old patient's right hand went almost completely numb from playing an undisclosed video game 4 to 6 times a day for a month. The game used a, quote, ball the size of a hard ball sitting in a cradle on the game's board, end quote. He doesn't think the paralysis that he calls video game palsy will lead to complete paralysis of the hand, but will completely paralyze some of the muscles permanently.
Man, I thought Nintendo Thumb was bad.
Yeah, this thing is kind of dumb as a story.
Yeah.
Especially the undisclosed game. It's Missile Command. Come on, what else is it gonna be? It's like, oh, let's worry about liability. It's an Atari game. They've got bigger problems right now. Don't worry about it. But yeah, so yeah, it's don't worry, kids. You're not going to have video game palsy. It's okay.
Indeed. Meanwhile, though, video games are not just being linked to, sitting around and playing games all day, but also being linked to athletics as well, as LA Games get high-tech boost.
A ton of articles this month talk about the use by television network ABC of computer-generated on-screen graphics for the Olympic broadcasts, and there are countless mentions of the video arcade in the Athletes' Village, with one writer mentioning that the most popular game there is Firefox, in which players shoot down Soviet jets.
And I'm sure the old Atari spent a lot of marketing money that Jack Trammell wishes he could get back for all of those mentions to appear in those articles, because, of course, Atari was one of the sponsors of the 1984 LA Games, which was the entire reason why those arcades were there. And I'm sure that part of the stipulation of that was that the handlers of the press would be sure to point out all the great things that all of the sponsors were doing for the athletes at the games.
Oh, definitely. Now, the village, the athlete village, because the game started at the very end of the month. So there's a week before the games start where the athletes are all showing up at the village. And so this just becomes this, everybody has to write a story about how the athletes are living in the village. And you get all these quotes, disparate quotes from people, from athletes from all over the world about, what they like, what they don't like. And, it's always upbeat type of stuff. And so, yeah, I'm sure that Atari paid good money to make sure everybody saw the arcade. But it's also probably just the one place where you're going to see all these young people. I mean, the athletes tend to be young, hanging out with one another. And the arcade is the one place they can put them all. And since the Soviets are not at the games, pointing out that they're sitting there playing a game where they're blowing up the people who aren't there definitely plays into Reagan's America nicely.
Indeed, it does. And finally, a look at kind of the last gasp of a short spate of video game-related movies as The Last Starfighter released.
On July 13th, 1984, Universal Pictures released the Lorimar Pictures film The Last Starfighter. The movie is about a teenager who is clearly in his late 20s or early 30s and who lives in a trailer park with his single mom. The kid has no real future, but he's really good at that coin-op game set up at the park's office, which turns out to be a training tool for an intergalactic army. The kid gets recruited and promptly is left as one of only 2 pilots after an invading armada wipes everyone else out. The movie is a flop, but it's the first major use of CGI spaceships in movies.
That's right. We've got trouble right here in Trailer Park City with a capital T that rhymes, I don't know where to go from there. But yes, this is, of course, Robert Preston's very last movie, most well-known as the main character in the Music Man musical.
Yeah, and he's brilliant in this movie. He is just he's basically this salesman, and he's selling this kid to this intergalactic armada, just selling him off as like, you gotta take him, he's great, he scored high on the game. And if you've never seen The Last Starfighter, it's got some very, very, how can I say it, it's got a lot of heart, and it just has this it's a great movie for kids. I saw it in the theater when it came out. And I was always wondering a couple of things. Number one, why was there no tie-in video game to this? Number two,
there was supposed to be. Atari was doing it, but the crash swallowed that up.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that 2 games that were meant to be tie-ins did come out. as I've said here before, I'm a contributor to Games That Weren't, GTW64.com. And so this was one of the deep dives I did this month to help them out. And yeah, so there's the game that becomes, what's that famous first-person spaceflight game for the Atari 8-bits? Star or something? Star
Raiders?
Star Raiders, yeah.
Raiders. Star Raiders 2, right?
Star Raiders 2 started out as The Last Starfighter, which
I remember that.
If you look at like the map and you know, going to different places to stop the armada or the enemy from jumping in, it only makes sense in the context of The Last Starfighter. Yeah. Storyline. So that movie, and then there's also a Atari 2600 game that was supposed to be a tie-in, and they just changed some of the graphics, and it's basically just a shooter game. There will be a Last Starfighter game on the NES, but it's just a reskin of Uridium. The NES port of Uridium gets reskinned as Last Starfighter. It's very weird, and there's also a early prototype of a 3D polygon-based game for the arcades, which never gets past that early stage. So that was my first question about this. And number two, I always wondered, why did this thing not make more money? I mean, yeah, it's a little hokey towards the end, but it just seemed to scratch the same itch as all the feel-good 80s movies. Return of the Jedi was now a year in the rearview mirror. Why didn't it make more money? And this is when I came across these articles about it. And so let's just break down some of the context, if you will. So Ghostbusters topped the box office the weekend this opened for the 6th straight weekend in a row, and it grossed $10 million in its 6th week. And that's 1984 money, so multiply that times 4. 40 million in the 6th week. That's insane. With Gremlins staying in second place for its 6th weekend with it. So both of those movies opened the same week. Just imagine that. And it's grossing $6.1 million. Starfighter was third with a very strong $6 million. That's strong for a release, but still. Followed by The Karate Kid, The Muppets Take Manhattan, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Bachelor Party, which if you've never seen it, please go and watch that. This is a great movie. Cannonball Run 2, Conan the Destroyer, and Star Trek 3. With just outside the top 10, we've got Top Secret and Rhinestone. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ almighty. The movie never stood a chance. It didn't matter. It never stood a chance.
And what opened the next week, Carl?
The Never-Ending Story would open the next week. So if you're going to take the kids to a movie, granted, I saw both of them in the theater. Now that I think about it, I also saw Gremlins and Ghostbusters that summer in the theater. And Top Secret. Oh my God, I went to the movies a lot that year. And I saw Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Oh my God, I went to the movies a lot. And The Karate Kid. Jesus Christ, I lived in the movies.
The Last Starfighter is just it's just going to get buried under all of that rubble.
There's because people poo-poo the movie nowadays. And I'm reading all the reviews of it, and here, the Christian Science Monitor reviewed both Never-Ending Story and The Last Starfighter in the same article. So, it's 2 weeks apart, but still. And they had this to say about the Starfighter. Quote, "What bothers me more is the promotion for the film. Not just the coming attractions trailer, which gives away too much of the plot, but the marketing tie-in with a real video game. Just as some movies are made largely to sell a soundtrack album, are we now in for pictures geared to sell high-tech home entertainments? Here's hoping it doesn't become a trend."
Hilarious.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just been one of those things. It was like, why did this movie fail? I mean, yeah, it gets a little hokey, especially at the very end, but it wasn't that bad. Why did this fail? And now I know. So, My poor wife had to hear me talk for 2 days about this after I broke down these numbers.
Oh, no.
Because this was a childhood trauma that suddenly was revealed to me. So, well.
I understand. Last thing I want to point out is quite appropriately, there are some small Star Trek connections here with some very tiny parts. One, Will Wheaton had a very small role as Lewis's friend. And there was also a hitchhiker played by Mark Alimo, who Star Trek fans will know as Gul Dukat.
Really? Oh, okay. Now I need to go back and rewatch that. I remember the hitchhiker. Now I can't picture him though. Okay, so I got to check that out. That's cool.
Indeed. And as is typical in this period of history, we have to end with one of our patented RIPs. Let's all have a moment of silence as friends of the show, Sirius, file for Chapter 11.
Yeah, Sirius Software has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. It is the latest victim of the video game crash. Sirius lays the blame on the collapse of its deal with Fox to make games based on Fox properties. They plan on continuing to develop software for other publishers, but don't foresee for returning to publishing themselves as Sirius anytime soon.
Or ever.
Or ever, exactly. I mean, they never come out of this. I've obviously interviewed the co-founder of the company, and yeah, this was just the end. They ended up getting stuck with the bill because Fox never pays them for manufacturing the games.
Yep.
Which they probably should have never agreed to because those cartridges are very, very expensive. And they should have just stuck with computer games, but, you know.
Yeah, I have to think that their days were probably numbered anyway. I mean, obviously, that was the proximate cause of the downfall, but they had pigeonholed themselves as an action game company, whether that was product on a computer system or on a console. And those pure action game makers in the computer game space just weren't going to make it out of this period alive. That market shifted as the arcade video game industry fell apart, as the console game industry fell apart. You know, I've said this before. I mean, of course, action games didn't go away entirely on computer platforms, but you do see a big shift to the adventure games, the RPGs, the strategy games, anything but action games across many platforms.
Definitely true. And the action games that do survive are much more complex.
Yes.
You need to be offering something beyond just, you know, shoot, action. Mm-hmm. And obviously it was also a company built largely around one programmer who has left the building at this point.
Exactly.
No longer there. And that also, I mean, when I talked to Jerry Jewell about it, obviously that was the killer. That's what changed the entire course. When Nasir Gibali leaves, you know, there's really not much left to go on.
Absolutely.
But, oh well. So if you want more details on that, check out my
info. Though we do need to shout out a teenaged Mark Turmel, who did know a thing or two about what he was doing.
This is true. This is true. I mean, they didn't lose all their talent. Nobody's saying that.
No, but I mean, you know, Nasir was Nasir.
Nasir's Nasir. I mean, he's is he already in Japan at this point? If he isn't in Japan, he will be soon.
Yeah, because he tried his own company first in the States, like Nasir Gabelli Productions or something like that. And it's after that falls apart that he goes to Japan. So I think I don't think it's till 85 that he gets to Japan, though. I could be wrong. It may be in late 84. Not exactly sure of the timing.
Yeah. Because they're not going to. I mean, when does Final Fantasy 1 launch?
87, but he worked on 3D World Runner and Rad Racer as well, which were 86 games.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's coming then pretty quick. Oh, well. So, we've finished. We're done.
We made it somehow.
We've laid it to rest. And, well, we still have the quote of the month.
Of course.
And we've had some good quotes this month already, but here comes one. So, Computer Entertainer and Video Game Updates start their article about their initial impressions of the 7800 thusly. Quote, the Atari 7800 Pro system is the newest and perhaps last dedicated video game system to come on the market.
We are always 1 to 2 generations from the end of consoles, Carl. We always are. We are today as well.
Yeah. Obviously, they think computers are going to be the ones to kill the console, and this is the last one. We won't have another console after this. Nobody else other than Atari would dare do this. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe a few more coming. A few more.
Just a couple. You think? You think?
Indeed.
So, well, okay. With that being said, you, sir, as always, get the final word. What is the word of the episode?
Well, Carl, even though I usually try to choose a word or phrase of the episode that weaves its way through multiple stories, but this month, even though my word only really touches on one story, it's such a big story that I think it is still appropriate. And so the word or phrase of the episode, Carl, is Jack Attack.
Nice. Very nice. I almost thought you were going to say Zapper. No.
Because Jack's purchase of the assets of Atari Inc. Is the dominant story, even if there are other stories that have nothing to do with it. It is such a dominant story, and we spend so much time on it that has to be the word.
Definitely. Yeah. No, Jack Attack is... I actually tried to weave Jack Attack into something here today, but I failed. Thank you for picking up the slack.
Yeah, we got you at the end here. We got you.
Excellent. Okay. Please remind the fine folks where they can find your beautiful work.
As always, the brand is theycreateworlds.com. The website is theycreateworlds.com, and the podcast is also available at podcast.theycreateworlds.com. As we said at the top of the episode, we recently completed our big old live stream, so that pretty much sets our schedule for the rest of the year. We're doing a couple episodes right now on Blizzard North and the Diablo franchise, and then after that, we'll cruise through the end of the year with the edited episode versions of our live stream on the history or on the origins of D&D and the spread of D&D mechanics into early computer games, which will be a 3-part episode that rounds out 2024.
Excellent. And remember, everybody, you can follow us on the socials. You can join our Patreon and get early access to the interview episodes, as well as view the video version of the 7 Minutes in Heaven, and also help contribute to make me feel like I'm not just talking to myself here, or, well, talking to Alex, but...
Yeah, I was like, excuse me? I am not just a figment of your imagination over here, Carl.
You mean you're not just an advanced version of Clippy? Come on.
I am not Hobbes to your Calvin, okay?
That's a brilliant reference. I love that. So, with that being said, everybody, have fun.